Good. Here we go. Shout out to the gang in the building. Y'all know what to do. Drop a 1 in the chat if you could hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you could see me. We are back at it for another YouTube live stream, looking crispy and clean on the screen. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the ClassE Morning Show. I'm your host, ClassE of ClassEbeats.com, patreon.com/ClassEbeats, and we're gonna get back into the Karen Reed trial today. Before I get into it, one, I gotta check my sound because I could not hear what's going on. And two, I gotta say what's up to the people, man. We should be good now. Let me double check and see. Oh, there we go. I know y'all are in here ready to go. I see everybody in the building. Thank y'all for being here, man. Who we got up in here? Of course, my awesome, amazing Amy is in the building. Y'all know what time it is. Shout out to Amy. We've got Les Cleaver in the building. Shout out to Les. Mary Sella's up in here. A-Fist, good to see you. Taco Tuesday is in the building. Good to see you. Danny in real life. We got Libby22SC girl up in here. And I see a bunch of y'all ready to go. Appreciate everyone who's in the building. If y'all could, please do me a favor. It's the only thing I ask for on this show. If you could, make sure you like the video on your way in. Not only is it free, not only does it help the channel continue to grow, but it lets the algorithm know you guys are enjoying the show and it shares the video, the channel out with more people, lets them know that we're live and get more people in here and have an even better time. All right. That's how I found a lot of y'all, by so many of y'all liking the video and sharing the video out too. All right. I know we got a couple super chats in here early. We're going to get into it. We missed, according to some sources, mainly the chat, we missed something at the end of court proceedings yesterday. So I guess I got to make sure I stay here until the end, because I heard Judge Bev was up in there cooking them guys. So we're going to talk about it here in a second, and then we'll get into the live trial, which hasn't started all the way yet, but we'll get into it here. I got to read some super chats before we get started though. Shout out to my guy Les Cleaver in the building. Just gifted 5 memberships. Oh my gosh. Shout out to Les. If you got a membership from him, please make sure you do the right thing and say thank you to my guy Les Cleaver. All right, shout out to Les. He also drops the super chat. Look at him. He drops the 2 bomb and says happy hump day up in here. Happy hump day to everybody in the building. Good to see y'all. Mary Sella's in here as well with the 2 super sticker, the $2 super sticker. She says she's in the mood for some attitude from Judge Bev. We're going to catch it here in a second. We've got Kara Hampton in the building as well with the 5 bomb. Said it's hump day. Good morning all, and let's have a great day on purpose. Ooh, I like that, Kara. Let's have a great day on purpose. Exactly. We're going to do it. We're going to make it happen. Shout out to Kara, and thank you for the continued love and support as well. We've also got a new timer in the building. I think this is my first time seeing Virginia in here. Shout out to Virginia Wiley with the 2 bomb, just showing some love. Didn't even leave a comment. Thank you, Virginia. And good to see you in here. Appreciate you stopping by. We've also got Shauna in the building as well. Shauna, a major supporter in here, always showing love. She says she's over there dancing with the super sticker as well, dropping the 5 bomb. Thank y'all so much. I will be reading super chats throughout the show. I appreciate everybody who likes to go the extra mile and support the channel through super chats, and I'll be reading them and putting them up on the screen as we go throughout the show as well. All right. Again, y'all make sure you like the video if you haven't yet. We're going to go ahead and check out. Let me make sure this is good. Boom. We're going to go ahead and check out what went down yesterday. So for some reason, after court proceedings ended yesterday, Judge Bev, it seems like she had some words to say to the defense and the prosecution about what's going on with Arca or Arca, depending on who you ask. Depending on what side of Boston or what side of Canton you're from. Either way, we're going to check this out here and see what went down. What is going on with Arca?
We're back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the Arca witnesses,
Arca.
the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the Arca witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the Arca witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone
That's
records,
true.
text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he...
I think
changed
that's a
phone
little bit of a
carriers, but
reach.
then
All right,
later
come
admitted
on.
That he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case. And so what is left for Your
That's
Honor
such a
to look
stretch.
at is a summary of phone records from the defense and Arca's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact,
Well, I mean, so what? These are business conversations. If you have a business conversation, you get into things outside of business. That's how it happens sometimes, right? Also, I find it funny that the prosecutor here is talking in this way and in this manner when his own witness, the guy from Celebrite, went out this past Sunday and conducted some more research and used that as a part of his testimony. So again, you know, starting to see what y'all were trying to tell me about not only Hank Brennan, but how the prosecution works. It's no surprise here. This is the way it goes in the legal system. They think there's a different set of rules for how they run things versus how things are run on the defense side. And obviously, we've seen time and time again that there was nothing done wrong here by the defense. I think Judge Bev is going to rule on that here shortly.
we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Rentschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Rentschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications.
Again, easily explainable. He already said, AJ, that was his preferred method of communication. He said, sure, I'll download Signal and use it. Not a big deal.
Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure and logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchanged about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him
Cry
about
harder,
the
sir.
sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Rentschler, who was quite candid. An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Rentschler told us more in 5 minutes than Dr. Wolf told us his entire examination. And
What about
we
Ian
unfortunately
Whifflin?
learned is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice at
What's
least
your point, sir?
is violating the order, helping the witnesses along, and then they testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I've provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Mock him.
So, this was
Mock
an
him, Judge.
exhibit from yesterday. I did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest that the the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not.
How dare they?
evidence. And what we
How
know
could they
is
be
that
well prepared?
they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the Arca witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in its inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the Arca witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the Arca witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rentschler admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Alisi preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done till May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued, but I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until
Wow, this guy's still going.
May.
Jesus.
He is going to be testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks that it's inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used Arca witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past experience, and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March, and then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so,
are y'all buying that? His defense is that the defense team chose Arca because they knew, or Arca, excuse me. The defense chose them because they knew they were working with the Department of Justice and that things would be delayed. I don't know. That seems like a reach. Is it a possible strategy? Sure. Would they be moving within the law? Seems like it. I don't know. Let me know what y'all think.
We should not be placed in a position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability, as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case.
Good grief.
To consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never, at this point,
if Arca's good at their job, they're good.
With to prepare.
All right, thank you.
Good Lord, that was exhausting.
Mr. Lassie, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15? I don't see how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
Oh, I want to hear this argument. That's a great question.
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding for the, can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has
There it
no
is.
jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Lessie, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling? Okay.
What? What just happened? What? Judge Cannoni, come on. Dude, that was a little Glanville-ish there. Give me an answer. Have y'all, hey, parents in the chat, kids in the chat, have y'all done this? And in the comments, have y'all done this or have your parents done this to you? I want you to tell me why you did this. Why did this happen? Well, it's because, nope, stop talking. I don't want to hear it. That's what Judge Cannoni just did. Judge Bev just said, I want to have an explanation. Judge, Your Honor, it doesn't apply here because that, all right, you know what? That's enough. You won. Shout out to Alessi getting a major win here. That was wild.
So I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However, a defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So,
wow.
I'm going to allow the Arca witnesses to testify.
There
I'm
it
going to
is.
allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination.
She looks hurt by that.
And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th.
It's the
And
right
I
thing
know
to
that's
do.
late, and if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand, and I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case.
Shout out to
That's it.
Arca.
I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, shout out to Judge Cannoni, Beverly Cannoni in here doing the right thing. She was hurting though. She said, y'all saw how she changed her tone. She said, Attorney Brennan, counsel, I know how this feels. You were ambushed. You were deceived. And I won't allow it in this courtroom. Do not fear, Hank Brennan. I will protect you. Not feeling that from Judge Babb, I'm going to be honest, but a major win from the defense in this. I mean, Arca, they're amazing at what they do, and there's a reason that they chose them. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out through the rest of the trial. Let me know what y'all think about this in the comments and in the chat. Can we get a round of applause for Arca? He said, Brennan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby. Oh, I'm sorry. I tried. I tried, baby. I tried. They're just too good. They're just too good. All right, let's get Jen McCabe back up in here. We got Jennifer McCabe in the building.
Reed. Good morning, jurors.
We got to start with the cap first, though.
We appreciate you being
You know the jury's about to lie. They've been watching the channel.
I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that will be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were
They're
you
watching
also
the channel.
able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
They're
Did
watching.
anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
All right, let's get Miss McCabe back up here. Oh, man, I cannot wait to see this cross. This is going to be crazy. This is going to be insane.
Good morning, follow me.
And she doesn't have to be sworn in, so we're all good.
McCabe, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe. Good morning.
Dang, she didn't even dress up. She wearing a sweater with a pocket. I don't know, ladies, is this fancy?
Good morning.
Is
Good
that
morning.
professional attire? She's just chilling in her sweater.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
No, cross isn't happening yet. No.
Marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Looks, is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
You see a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? For those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you? With the
She sounds different today.
that morning?
Yes, it is.
It's that early morning voice, I guess.
You mentioned earlier in the night you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained as to form, Mr. Brennan.
His questions are garbage.
What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to, thank you,
Ms. McLaughlin does.
thank you.
With,
Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for lot one, emergency.
Oh, it's a phone call.
You can't, hold on, but you can't say so. You can't get to know, okay?
Ooh, it's hard to hear.
You have to tell us, let's stay on.
I could keep going, like, if you guys are area 50, okay?
I'm trying to stay on, I'm trying to stay
Okay. I know. We're in the market. I don't keep going to parents.
911, what's your emergency?
Someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the south, 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up behind him.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes.
911, that's not your bullet, where's your emergency?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay. In the,
Dang, that's terrible.
He's got to get here, okay?
okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend. His name is John McCabe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't. I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to into his body and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we have to get the fire department going. I just got to know.
Okay. Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
The fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
I'm right up front of the car. I know, I'm on the phone with the
She said, I think he's passed away.
I know, honey, I know. So, Carrie, you gotta get off of me. Carrie, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
He been out,
They've been out drinking.
Yes, I'm talking hours about maybe, and I think he's, I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe in his head out?
Yes, possibly, I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out the nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes.
So who's the caller? Because the caller doesn't know who these people are.
Give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
Oh, that was
I guess the best way to describe it was
that
I
was
in
Jen? Why did she
shock.
say a lady?
My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information
That was strange.
out, as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Carrie was a bit chaotic between the two of them.
Oh, because she didn't
I
know
was just
Carrie
trying
at the
my
time.
best to
That's what it
be
was.
As calm as I could.
I got it.
To get help there as fast as I could and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was
Yeah, that was weird.
get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When
That
you
doesn't make
told
any
the
sense.
911 operator that
I
your
thought she
friend
said she
John
didn't
O'Keefe was the
know
person
Carrie like
lying
that, though.
in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you
I bet it
called the
was.
911 operator, had Carrie and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Carrie was yelling at her to get off. And
Oh, okay. So she said that Karen lifted up her shirt trying to warm him up. She didn't say, that's not how she made it sound yesterday. She made it sound like something else was going on.
CPR before you called 911?
I'm glad she clarified there. She did not say that in her
I'm
testimony
not sure
yesterday.
if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Carrie was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Carrie got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen, afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side, but then Carrie was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister, and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John, and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground, and Carrie Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm sure she has no idea.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Dang.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer.
Come on, man.
I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to the
She said like a ping
get
pong.
the information out,
It's
figure
crazy.
out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT, so the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. You know, John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away, and then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead, is he dead, is he dead? You know, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Carrie, I think, Carrie's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
heard
I
the
can imagine
911
that's
call. Do you
traumatizing.
know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talked to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers, I don't remember their names. There were EMTs, I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes,
You're active in the community?
yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Did children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset, and one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling, and I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Carrie Roberts came over, and then we all were just sat in the back of the, Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Carrie was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser, or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy, the snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis, so when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact
come
time
on.
from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
I'm not buying that. Makes no sense.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
I'm not buying
So
that.
I don't know what came up, because I think as I entered it,
Peter,
I
you buying
misspelled
that?
things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up, because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Carrie. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms. Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to, sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd
You
be
don't
guessing
recall?
if I then don't.
Don't guess. When the defendant was
Don't
speaking
guess,
to the
just like we
first
talked
responder,
about.
The woman, were you near?
Yes,
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustained. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
What's the
I'm
objection?
going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Oh, we got a sidebar. That's the first one. Oh, look at Peggy. She looks lovely. Shout out to Peggy. It's a sad, man. I just can't imagine losing your child. Goodness, at any point. Not supposed to go first.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
Sad, man.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door, and then I opened the door. I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up, and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation, do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
Okay. At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
Yeah, I don't know. Parts of her testimony make sense. There's other parts I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview. Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Carrie Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
Not a Parker.
I believe that's me.
Wonder if it was
Can you
Peter.
play, please? Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video if we can Move forward to 6:14:45, please.
You're good, Peter. I'm staying neutral. I'm just saying.
Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, well, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Okay. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Carrie Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. Just if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
You're right, CPE. My
Is that
bad.
Carrie on the left?
Yes.
Oh yeah, with the jacket. She's got the big old jacket
On
on.
the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Okay. Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please. Thank you. If you could move ahead to 6:19, please. Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Carrie. For those of y'all that saw the first trial, how many times are we going to see this video? I'm curious.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
100, about 100
Stop a moment.
times.
Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Miss Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
5011.
Can you continue, please?
Shout out to Peter.
Is that Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Miss Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
Uh-oh.
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6.
Why are we focused on the praying?
40, please.
Must be a timeline thing.
At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15. Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, did you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Carrie go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it, and I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's, at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened, and then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Man, these cell phones in the courtroom are crazy. It's still going. Jeez. Judge Cannoni, get control of your courtroom. Oh my gosh. Oh, I know. It's in the video. I did this last time. I keep forgetting that it's in the
You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure
My
walking
bad.
up the driveway?
Forgive me, Judge Cannoni. I
Not
always
on this
do
pause
that.
clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 639, please? Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it 639:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilmer. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Carrie Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lank said that I needed to, one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes,
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
yes,
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were
Trying to get
be
a story
supportive,
together.
Trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Carrie, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But, you know, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Carrie, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Carrie's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
no, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Carrie and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody just, this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
And so was there a lot
Just
of
trying to
questions
help him
about
out.
what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started, things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout, when I was still at Fairview, or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came, to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group, or were you alone?
No, it was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know
Oh,
how
there's
he got
y'all's
your number?
guys, Proctor.
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that was still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home, or after?
A quick phone call, I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after,
Is that a
approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home, and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that
She don't
conversation
recall.
was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Carrie Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Carrie had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Carrie and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and
You
our
said you-
sympathy.
You said you and Carrie. How did you get there?
Carrie picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Carrie, you described, weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Carrie and
Poor Peggy, man.
my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Ca-
Don't give me a name. Carrie's daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Carrie's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Miss Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push
Trying to
the
put your story
investigation in a
together?
particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Miss Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did
Which
you
is
do that?
weird. Explain.
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline, so Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it, and so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask you to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
I'm going to sustain discretion. There is disregard, that's
Disregard, guys.
Speak
My
to
favorite
officers
legal
further in
term.
the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
He said,
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
no, you may not approach.
Handing you a piece of paper, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can use this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it at sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it, moving in and exhibit, I do not have objection.
Okay, I'll see you at 10:30.
Oh, we got another sidebar? Is that what this is? Oh my goodness. How did y'all vote today? Let me know what y'all think so far. Are we going to have 0 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, or 16 plus sidebars today? Looks like most of you are saying 6 to 10. Why are you guys taking the safe bet? I'm disappointed in y'all. We have any risk takers in here? Dang. I don't know. That's probably what I picked too. Either way, we got a delay. Let's skip ahead. I don't want to hear me ramble about sidebars. How do y'all feel about Jen's testimony so far?
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you
Two
discussed
sidebars.
what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Wow. Oh, it's time for cross-examination. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Y'all get ready. It is finally time. AJ is up. Cross-examination. I know there's a history between the two of them. Let's get ready for it.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters, I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to the, well, what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment,
Right.
and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then
She wanted to
Carrie
speak
can
her
say,
truth.
Yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were your
truth.
words.
It's the truth.
Okay. So, for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone
There you
call.
go, Shauna.
As well
Respect.
as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes,
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
correct.
And you've talked about things, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help, and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes,
So that probably, by definition,
Wait for it.
is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Would you agree?
we've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure. The movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a
talking
huge
about-
part of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's, I'm sorry. I believe it just, I meant traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Ms. Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial, yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case, so I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that?
I
Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year?
No.
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who
All
else
right.
was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
Can we talk about her testimony,
during one
though?
or 2 of the meetings he was.
I mean, I
Was
get
Ms.
it, but
McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or Trooper Tully was there at one. Trooper Buchanan was there at one. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many
lumpy.
meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin perhaps, Mr. Nelson perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and...
what's up, Mr.
Tully.
Tesla?
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of
Okay.
these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to,
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to stop you right there.
oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't
Okay.
mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched-
Paper transcript or
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did,
That was me.
yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
I don't, he showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about...
Where are we going with this one?
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform. How you came across, your demeanor in the last proceeding?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, I'm sorry, the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and
yes.
answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion
so yes.
about talking about your background, for instance,
All right, now.
your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
I object.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way.
Obviously,
Did Mr.
she
Brennan
was
take you
coached.
through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was
Y'all aren't buying
subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting, I think, was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure,
Okay.
but it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did
Sure you can.
Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at, 34 Fairview, that you arrived at, where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th, going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
All right, break it down. Here we go.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family.
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member, did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton,
Okay.
yes.
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
Yep.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not 100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have three sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle.
Shout out to Shelly.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
shortened
Shelley
name for
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole?
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family?
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th?
Yes.
Special events?
Yes.
Spend weekends together?
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes,
But she very much is not family, correct?
correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times, you didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
Well,
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right?
Objection.
what?
Define connection.
Why would that be?
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you, correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay, and Canton.
It's a lot
Police
going on
Department,
there.
There's also some connections there as well. Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
What? Why would there be an objection?
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Oh, we got a sidebar. The only couple sidebars I've seen Judge Cannoni ask for have been when the defense is up there. I find that interesting. I'm gonna let it go for now, but I'm keeping my eye on you, Judge Bev. Here we go. Let's skip ahead and get back to the testimony. Oh, this might be an extended sidebar. So hold on. We're gonna Amy said, so how is this married woman so close to all these men? Some people just don't care. They just things have changed. We'll just say that. All right, here we go. We'll read a couple super chats and we'll keep it going. Shout out to Shauna in here with the 10 bomb. Oh my goodness. Just shout out to everyone who's a faithful family on CEB. You know what time it is. God bless you all. Thank you, Shauna. Always supporting. Major supporter. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you for the love with that one. We've also got Peter in here, gifted 5 membership. If you got a membership from Peter, make sure you take a second and say thank you. All right. He's over here blessing the people. Shout out to Peter. We've also got CPE in here, gifted 5 memberships as well. Thank you, CPE. Appreciate the love. And thank you for explaining what your name means, by the way. I still gotta watch that movie, War Games, right? Peter Ortiz also dropped a 5 bomb and says, coached. So what? Both sides do it all the time. I guess he has nothing else. Yeah, AJ, he's taking his time with this one a little bit. He's taking his time with this testimony. He's starting to get into the timeline. Things happen. And now the relationships he's had, and he's building his case slowly but surely. But I mean, hey, AJ's got to remember it is early in the morning, so we got to keep it moving. Taco Tuesday. It's not Taco Tuesday. Taco Wednesday, says Shauna. Shauna says, with the 10 bomb, tacos for lunch, food and music makes everyone cool. Ain't that the truth? And thank you again. Shout out to Shauna. Dropping the 10 bomb 2 times. I appreciate you, Shauna. Thank you for the support. We've also got my guy Chris in here, has been a member for 2 months. Happy anniversary, Chris. Says they had drinks. John was pissed about the text that Karen received. Goes to the house. All jump him. Dogs attack. Hits his head. Died. Then cover up. What do y'all think about this? Did she say 20 minutes? I think she did say 20 minutes. So we probably got 10 minutes left or so. What do y'all think of this? All of the first trialers in the chat. All of the Karen Reed first trialers. What do y'all think about this theory? Okay. So they had drinks. They were clearly all drunk, right? Then John was upset about the text that Karen received. Goes to the house. They all jumped him. The dog attacks him. He hits his head, and then they tried to cover it up. What do y'all think about it? Some of y'all are saying, yeah, that's it. That's the one. Now, I haven't seen all this information. We haven't even gotten to the medical examiner. So we haven't even looked at his arm, what happened there, the damages, the bruises, the cuts, the lacerations. So we're going to hold on to that, Chris, and I'm going to reference this as we go throughout this trial and see if that may be the case. Because from what I'm seeing, somebody's not telling the whole truth here. Now, I don't know. We've only heard from Carrie, Jen, Peggy, and a couple of professionals, like first responders who went to the scene. We've heard from Celebrite people. We've heard from, not really from Arca, technically Arca, but I want to get into more of the eyewitnesses because we've only really heard from a couple. And it seems like there's a lot of pieces missing to this puzzle. We know Jen was there. We know Karen was there. We know Carrie was there as well. But what actually went down leading up to John being outside laying on the ground on top of his cell phone? I don't know. We've also got Maricela in here, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Maricela. I appreciate you. If you got a membership from Maricela, again, make sure you say thank you. Another one who's in here, always consistently supporting and showing love as well. I appreciate you. My guy Peter is back at it too. Shout out to Peter up in here. He says, do you like your family more than Karen Reed? WTF? Yeah. Some of these questions are wild. I'm not gonna lie. Some of these questions are a little funny. I'm with you on that, Peter. Let me see what else y'all are saying. And let me double check and make sure we're not back yet. Yeah, we still got about 10 more minutes. Jen can remember stuff 3 years ago, says Amy, but not rough times of meeting with the, I think you meant to say, but not about times meeting with the DA this year. Get the F out of here. She isn't being honest. What else are y'all saying? What else did Amy say that you say she agrees with? Yep. I think Karen got mad at him for something. I think everyone is blaming Karen, whether Karen did it or not. None of these people were true friends with Karen. Yeah, it seems like, and I think most agree that a lot of the ladies that were around Jen, and we haven't heard from the guys yet, but a lot of the ladies, they seem like they didn't like Karen. I don't know if that's maybe a hindsight type thing. Now they're just really bitter because they truly believe that Karen did it. But it seems like there's a lot of animosity when Karen's name is brought up. Karen was acting crazy. Karen was doing this. Peggy asked, why did Karen leave John at the party? Which was a strange thing to say. Then she came to the hospital. She's like, why is she here? Maricela says, thank you for your coverage. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Dog bites agree with you. Okay. They were frenemies. Yep. They all had the fake smiles like, oh, how are you? Yes. It's so good to see you. Bitch. He looked like he did a couple of rounds with Iron Mike Tyson. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it for sure. Actually, I wanted to go back because we still didn't finish all from the Arca hearing. So I'm going to play a little bit of this one. Y'all give me 1 second while we got somewhat of a break, and then we'll jump right back into the live coverage. Here we go. This is where we left off yesterday.
No, as I mentioned, it's something that for me is customary as I'm preparing internally for trial, right? I'm not going to come to trial, not review anything, not look over my notes, right? It's something that I do internally so that I can have an understanding how do I want to try to answer questions that might be posed to me such that I can have the jury understand how did I arrive at my opinions.
Was it important to you, before you sent that email with those outlines, was it important to you that the jury got a fair and accurate presentation of the work you had performed in association with your February report?
Yes, I think that this is my job.
Was there any other motivation that you had in sending that outline in that email to Mr. Jackson other than making sure testimony was elicited that would make your perspective clear to the jury?
No, that was the only reason.
Were you trying to, in any way, favor the defense, give the defense any favor with regard to that trial?
Absolutely not.
What was your goal, both with sending the outline and the testimony at trial? What was your goal?
Again, as I mentioned, I think it's to help the jury understand the report, the analysis, what I did, what I reviewed.
Did the defense ever ask you to communicate to the jury about any aspect of your report in any way?
No, sir.
And did you, in fact, communicate to the jury what it is you intended to effectuate the goal that you just explicated?
I think so, yes.
And with regard to the comments that were in those outlines, what was your intention in putting in those comments?
Again, is to provide the jury, again, like for example, with the nighttime pedestrian statistic, right? It was to have them have an understanding that, I wanted them to have an understanding that I do a lot of nighttime invisibility work, right? So therefore, I see a lot of pedestrian impacts. But again, I don't want them to take that statistic and say, well, we have this alleged incident, there was bad weather conditions, it was nighttime, therefore, we should give that more weight.
Peter said, will Karen Reed take the stand? She better not. Karen Reed needs to. I said this yesterday or the other day. Karen Reed's done enough talking, so she just needs to stop talking, period. Amy said they didn't like Karen because she was John's woman and they weren't happy about sharing John's. Oh my God. Jesus. I think Chloe tried to defend those fighting John and attacked him during the fight. Karen Reed talks way too much. I like how Wolf conducted himself. He did a great job. Her husband knocked that tooth out. Just a bunch of drunken Just a bunch of drunken swappers that went wrong. He lost his life. That's crazy. Oh, man. Y'all are hilarious.
And is that desire of yours,
what's up, Les,
in your mind to help the defense more than to help the Commonwealth?
No, it's impartial. And I will note, I give numerous presentations. And I think slide 2 or 3 on presentations I give, it's going over that very same statistic. I would never shy or hide away from that statistic. And I believe I testified to that very statistic or that comment at the voir dire and in my trial testimony.
In terms of after you sent the emails with quals and issues pertaining to direct testimony, did you ever have any communication of any kind whatsoever with the defense team?
No, he didn't. Mr. Jackson didn't even respond. And I think when I sent the direct outline, it was Sunday evening before I hopped on a plane.
That's true. John didn't even want the plumber to come over.
It was like 1 a.m., so I didn't even have a chance.
When you took the stand to testify the next day in that trial, had you had one word of a conversation with Mr. Jackson or any other member of the defense team about the substance of your upcoming testimony?
No, sir.
So you went and sat during that trial and gave testimony to the jury without ever having talked to a member of the defense team about the substance of your February 2024 report?
Correct.
I want to know, and I doubt she'll ever say this, why Judge Bev thought the defense was pushing the issue with Arca and what she was implying. It seemed like she was implying that they were trying to use this as a way to delay getting discovery to the prosecution. I wish there was a way we could hear from her what she actually thinks happened or what went on.
Do you recall any member of the Commonwealth asking any questions at all during your trial testimony about whether you had been compensated by the defense?
No.
Do you recall the Commonwealth ever asking any questions at all whether you had communicated with any member of the defense with regard to your testimony while during your trial testimony?
I don't think that was asked. No.
Do you recall any questions from the Commonwealth about whether back in March or any other time you had been promised or induced by the defense? Do you remember any of those questions?
No.
Do you remember any questions by the Commonwealth at either the voir dire or the direct testimony about whether you had had conversations with the defense?
No.
Do you remember any questions of the Commonwealth at all?
I did not, Peter,
before
no.
you sat down and after you sat down for trial about whether you had any text communications with any members of the defense?
No.
At the end of the trial, did you have any understanding whatsoever that Arca was going to be compensated by the defense?
No.
Arca.
At the end of the trial, did any member of the defense ever say to you, we're now going to compensate you for any of your work up to the time of your trial testimony?
No, and the records certainly reflect that I never spoke to Mr. Jackson after the trial in 2024. There was no conversations between us.
Well, let's go beyond.
Arca.
Let's go to any human being. Did you have any discussions with any human being as to whether the defense was going to compensate you for any work, travel, expenses, disbursements that you had or incurred up to and through your trial testimony?
No.
And at that time, were you still under contract with the United States Department of Justice?
Yes.
Now let's proceed to December of 2024. Were there any conversations from the end of the trial until December of 2024 other than logistics? Was there any conversations of any kind? And please summarize briefly what they were. Or texts.
The only communication I had with the defense was Mr. Jackson. After I took the stand, I think that he sent me a text just thanking again for my time traveling up here. I said it was great, and then we left, and that was it. I did not communicate with Mr. Jackson for the remainder of 2024.
Now let's go to recent communications.
This is another thing that bothers me. Why would... Dang, I gotta be petty now, y'all. Dang, this bothers me. Again, I'm trying to be unbiased, but we gotta go back to... Oh, this isn't the right one. Hold on. We gotta go back to what Bev said to Alessi. To the Honorable Attorney Alessi yesterday at the end of the court proceedings. Because this bothered me, the way she handled this. Hold on.
This trial, that should not occur. Just
No,
because
not
it
this guy.
happened last trial. And the Commonwealth.
When she said, Mr. Alessi, explain yourself. Listen to this part.
Were deleted by counsel. And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15?
Why would she bring up the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15 when she knows good and dang well that it didn't apply? And then she says she agrees. So was this some weird like demeasuring test to see if he knew what he was talking about, which obviously he does? But why would she even bring that up? Which now that makes me want to dig even deeper, because let's look up the Massachusetts law of, what'd she say? Professional conduct 1.5. Let me double check before I search this and find it.
Dr. Wolf was via signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15?
1.15 rules. Because why would she ask him that? Is she trying to have a gotcha moment or something? She got her rules wrong. Look it up. She knows that though. See, listen what she says when he attempts to respond, and then I'll tell y'all what 1.15
I don't see how you
means.
reconcile that. We're all.
And then she says, "I don't see how you reconcile that. I don't see how you reconcile that." And then he goes on to respond and tell her why. I just realized that's a big chair. Jesus, that's a huge chair. Let me get one of them. Anyway.
Correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical
we're going to
or
talk about
electronic form, must be saved
here
for
in a second.
10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
Should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short
Jeez.
answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding. Can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm.
What? She agrees? So why bring it up? See, this is come. Judge Cannoni, I'm trying here. I'm trying to stay unbiased, but this isn't a good look. Massachusetts Rule Professional Conduct 1.1 governs how lawyers handle client and third-party funds. Essentially, the ethics of safeguarding money and property that is not theirs. Here's a breakdown of Rule 1.1, safekeeping property. So is that even the right one that she cited? I don't see anything in here about. I don't see anything in here about communication. Hold on. I'm going to find this because this, I don't know why she went about this way. It doesn't make sense. Let me see if I can find it for y'all. Okay, so I think, did she miscite the rule? Because I'm seeing that it's Rule 1.4. Rule 1.4, the rule says the attorney must promptly inform the client any decision, reasonably consult attorney. I don't know. This is confusing. No, don't tell me to calm down, Peter. She messed up. She messed up here. And I think that's what we're seeing is just the backtrack. I didn't like it. She doesn't have to be perfect, but why even bring it up?
I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Lessie, you know what? you're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay? So
Stand up.
I
Sit
understand there
down.
have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it go, but man, Bev, I don't know. Peter, we gotta boo your girl for that one. That was not okay. I don't like the way she handled that. Anyway, let's keep it going. We're still waiting for them to get back, y'all.
Did you have any
Not back yet.
communications with any member of the defense with regard to the potential? Well, let me go backwards. Let me go to the invoice. Let me go to the July invoice.
Okay.
How did you learn that that invoice was paid?
Amy said these laws focus on preventing conflicts of interest, ensuring transparency, and maintaining ethical standards. Specifically, they address issues like accepting gifts, disclosing financial interest, and using public resources for personal gain. Additionally, the State Ethics Commission, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Additionally, the State Ethics Commission plays a key role in administrating and enforcing these laws. Also, shout out to my guy, Peter Ortiz. He said, find Lil Woody. He can tell you who did it right. Yeah. Man, I'm disappointed in Bev.
If you learned at all, how did you learn that that invoice was paid?
I didn't learn. I didn't know that it was paid. I didn't even know it was sent.
All he did was put in his time and he got up out of there. He waited for that ACH to hit. He's like, yeah, all right, cool. Next.
Now let's go to this year. Did the defense approach Arca to see if they might be
Say it right,
able
Alessi.
to
Arca.
testify in this trial that's currently pending?
Well, I think that the first communication of 2025 that happened between myself and Mr. Jackson was in February 13th of 2025. There was 2 calls, 25 minutes and 5 minutes, but it looks like just because there was a disconnect. So it was about a 30-minute call with him in February of this year.
And what was the substance of that call?
Well, I think back to that time frame, I became aware that I think that there was a motion or two regarding Arca and potentially excluding our testimony for the upcoming trial. I also know that around that time, unfortunately, I ended up getting a significant amount of harassment through emails.
Oh,
And
wow.
unfortunately, even spread into my personal life where...
Hey, Peter, why were y'all harassing this poor guy? Peter, who else? Love was in here too. Love 444. Why were y'all sending people to harass this poor man? Shame on you.
My wife was affected. They were posting pictures of my 4 kids all over the internet. So
Peter,
it was
why'd
somewhat
y'all
of a
do that?
difficult time on my end, and I think what prompted me to reach out to Mr. Jackson was to figure out what's going on. Why is my family all over the internet? You know, why are they talking about me? Why am I getting all these hate emails? So it was, I think, a conversation to figure out.
No, y'all
hey,
did it,
there's
love.
been several months that have passed. It looks like there's some motions
You and
pending
Peter.
against us. I'm getting a bunch of harassment. What's going on?
Do you have an understanding of why you were getting hate mails, hate emails, hate communications, your wife, your children? What did you conclude was the reason why you were receiving that?
Because people suck.
I honestly don't know. I presume it was about comments made to me in court or that were represented about Arca or myself.
So just so I'm clear on that, it was, you believe, regarding comments about Arca and whether and what? Can you be a little more specific what your understanding was?
Well,
if you
I
had
know
one?
that I received several emails that, insinuated that I perjured myself on the stand. Like I said, and a lot of hateful comments just about me and the work that I do. So I received several emails with respect to that.
Sir, do you believe you have ever made
I'm calling y'all out, Peter.
untruthful statement at all with regard to this matter?
No, sir.
Shame, shame, shame.
Have you done your best to try to provide accurate and truthful information in this matter?
Yes.
Now to the last part, which is, did the defense contact you with regard to potential further work. I want to separate out now and move on from the work that you did with regard to the U.S. Department of Justice, your February 2024 report. We went all the way through the trial in that matter. We went to the end of 2024. Now I want to come to 2025 in a different subject matter, which is communications with the defense about doing further work for this trial.
Yes.
What was the nature of the communication? And so we can move through this rather quickly, but importantly, I want to get it complete and accurate. Just describe what the communications were on a timeline basis, subject matter, and with regard to your understanding of why you were contacted.
So subsequent to that February 13th call, as I mentioned, Mr. Jackson had indicated that he preferred to utilize Signal to communicate. So we exchanged a few messages and phone calls on that. Like I said, they were rather short.
I'm going to interrupt you for there a bit. Was there any discussion about the reason for Signal because the prosecution had been subpoenaing the phones of Mrs. and Dr. Reed, subpoenaing and seizing the phone of Ms. Reed, that phones of defense attorneys had been requested to be looked at? Was there any understanding in your mind that there was a need to go to Signal to protect the defense and the integrity of the defense?
I didn't know that was happening, but like I said, I did not have a problem with communicating. To me, it was just another messaging app. I know people use all different types of applications, so I didn't have a problem with it.
Was there anything in your mind nefarious or underhanded about using Signal?
No.
And my understanding is this is the first time you used a Signal app with regard to a matter professionally. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Did you get any understanding from communications with the defense that there was anything at all untoward about communicating through Signal?
No, I was not aware of any issue with using that communication.
Was there any communication whatsoever that you can recall on Signal that you have any concern about as you sit here today?
No.
And what were the majority of the communications, as best you recall, with the defense on Signal?
Well, as I described, I know that at that point, and like I said, it was primarily confined to a pretty short window in March, but Mr. Jackson had indicated that around that time, I think Arca was being litigated by this court in terms of our involvement in the case. I know that they had started to, I think, receive discovery as it relates to the Commonwealth's accident reconstructionist and biomechanist. So they were, I think, interested in utilizing us potentially in the second trial. So I think that they had submitted a letter to the U.S. Attorney's Office to try to be able to work with us. I said that on my end, I could reach out to them because I hadn't heard from them in months. So I think it was around mid-March, I had reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office to try to get my own clarification on whether or not we could move forward.
All right, so I want to stop you there. I apologize for interrupting you, sir. But what was the date that you reached out to the U.S. Department of Justice to see if you could participate in the second trial?
Probably around mid-March, maybe March 18th, March 15th.
Did you have an understanding at that time that the Commonwealth had retained an entirely new firm and expert in the area of accident reconstruction?
I think Mr. Jackson had indicated that there had been some material disclosed, but I think it was just a simple report or something of that nature at that point in time.
Was it a report, just like a page and a quarter or so of findings and conclusions and then a slide presentation? Is that what it was?
Yes, that sounds right.
Was any of that information at all helpful or meaningful to you in your ability to respond to that and to determine what was done and what Arca might want to do in response?
Well, certainly not the report. The report was very, very brief. The PowerPoint, somewhat hard to follow, but again, it really didn't provide a complete picture.
And in terms of scans, electronic data, etc., do you recall when you finally got that information?
Well, I think that would have been after the defense officially retained us on March 26th. I think that's when we received that information.
So in terms of the information that you received, those scans, etc., did that allow you to proceed with any meaningful work?
Well, it gave us, again, a better insight into the foundation or the basis for the analysis, yes.
Could you have proceeded with a contract with anybody, not just the defense, but anybody, with the level of information you had before you got the scans and the data?
I think it would be very difficult to do so.
Could you have even created a scope of work based upon that report and that PowerPoint presentation?
Most likely not, just because some of the areas that Dr. Rentschler and myself are particularly interested in are extremely vague in that report in PowerPoint.
Once you got the level of information that you have now, what is the ordinary time it would take in the regular course of Arca's business to evaluate that information and prepare your own report, analysis, and finding? In the ordinary course, how much time would it take Arca to do that?
Well, certainly for the nature of this case, as I mentioned, we were officially retained by the defense in March, on March 26, 2025. As I mentioned, I myself just got word from the Department of Justice just a day or two, I think, prior to that we could move forward. So immediately, once Mr. Jackson, I indicated to him on the 26th that we did have authorization to move forward.
Arca.
He immediately asked that I send over, again, our typical procedure with the contract and retainer. And I think that same day, the 26th or the 27th, his office sent over, I believe, links to notices of discovery, I believe 1 through 62, which I think encompassed about 800 gigabytes worth of information and data.
How much in relative terms, 800 gigabytes? Is that a little data, medium amount of data, or a lot of data?
Voluminous, a lot of data. So we immediately started to review that. And again, I feel like maybe I speak for most experts. One thing we always want is more time, right? So in a case like this, I mean, ideally we would be talking months. To be able to sift through all of that information, be able to do analysis, be able to do testing, be able to write a report, right? So I think certainly we are on the order of months, not weeks.
What did you do, however, if anything, to try to expedite the work and get it done as quickly as you could once you got the level of information you had from Aperture?
Certainly. So I certainly understood that the trial was imminent. So I worked as quickly as I could, along with Dr. Rentschler, to review that material, and certainly in parallel, try to determine, okay, what testing do we need to do to effectively evaluate and potentially come up with opinions for this case.
Did you put other work aside at Arca to work on this matter?
Absolutely. Work and personal things.
And personal things. What did you
I'm still
put
thinking
aside?
about
Just
Judge
one
Beth's
example.
chair.
So the other week, my wife and I, we celebrated our 10-year anniversary. So,
oh man,
Affected his personal life, I understand.
Okay, I'll move on, Your Honor.
not the anniversary.
With regard to the work, you performed it on an expedited basis, as you said. You shortened the time period down as much as your firm possibly could. Is that correct?
correct.
You said you would like to have had more time, correct?
Correct, but I understood Your Honor's order, and I wanted to meet that deadline, so I worked as quickly as I could over the last week to ensure that, again, we could respect that deadline, and we completed our testing.
And with regard to the testing now that you've worked on, that you just described, does that testing relate to any previous work,
Arca.
or is it all in response to the new expert for the Commonwealth, Aperture, and the new information from Aperture that came in iterations through the month of February?
It would be in response to Dr. Welcher's work. Certainly, much of what was alluded to in his report and PowerPoint was not discussed in the first trial.
Could you have done any of the work you've been working on the past month or so? Could you have done any of that work without receiving the Aperture report and slides and scans?
No, I don't even know what we would be responding to then.
So you needed the Aperture information before you could even start working, correct?
Correct.
Do you have in mind, or does Arca have in mind, any further testing that you need to do, or have you completed what Arca needs to do with regard to fairly and properly responding to the new work of Aperture?
I think we're satisfied that we've completed that testing, yes.
And what, if any, more work do you contemplate that needs to be done from, as you sit here today, going forward?
Well, as I mentioned, all the testing is done, so I think the analysis and the report to follow, yes.
To use expert engineering type terms, is it QA/QCing the report? Is it putting all the information together in a compilation so everybody can understand what you've done and make clear your findings and conclusions? Is that what's left to do?
Yes, and I will note, obviously, as the court is aware, we've produced all of that raw test data, photographs, video, so it's all there. The basis and the foundation for what the report will lay out has all been provided to the court.
You got ahead of me, and thankfully, so that my next question, which is, there's nothing that you have that you've done that hasn't already been produced to pursuant to the court's order. Is that correct?
No, I think that we've responded to the court's order, yes.
How long, on an expedited basis, well, let me ask you, in the ordinary course, how long would it take you to do this last part of your work, in the ordinary course?
Probably, again, it can vary. Maybe around a month would be fair.
However, it would take a month in the ordinary course. How quickly can you get that work done fairly?
I'm hoping, if it pleases the court, hopefully May 7th will work.
And so you believe everything would be completed by May 7th?
Correct.
That's all I have at this point, Your Honor.
Right. Mr. Brennan?
That's all I had. And we're still not back yet, y'all. Hang in there.
Doctor, you're suggesting that it's going to take until May 7th for you to complete your reports in this case?
And the analysis, yes.
Do you know when this trial started?
I think like a week or so ago.
You provided raw data last Friday,
Yes.
but you would agree you still have not provided any reports.
Correct.
You said if you were notified or received information, you could have your testing and opinions done within a month, correct?
Potentially. Again, it would also depend on when we got authorization from the Department of Justice, which, as I mentioned, was at the very end of March.
I understand that. We're going to talk about that separately. I'm talking specifically about how long it would take if you received the information. You said that you could have the testing and reports done in 1 month, correct?
I don't know. I said the testing, the reports, and everything.
Would it take longer than a month?
Ideally, I think it depends on what kind of a report that we're talking about. I think if it's something along the lines that Dr. Welcher produced, I think it could be pretty quick.
You said March 26th is when you received authorization, and you're going to have things done by May 7th. So that's a month and a week?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Do you know when the Commonwealth in this case turned over Dr. Welcher's information to the defense? Do you know?
I don't know, no.
Did you know that it was turned over in a report on January 30th?
Just the report?
Yes.
I didn't know that,
And
no.
the file in its entirety was turned over by...
He didn't know. He just know he was trying to get paid.
Do you know that?
I don't, Your Honor.
And if you had a month from February 5th to complete your testing and report, you could have been done by March 5th or even the second week of March, couldn't you?
Presuming we had authorization, the defense had authorization from the Department of Justice as well as Arca, yes.
Putting aside the authorization, I'm going to ask you about that. But just the time you need to test, if you knew or received the information by February 5th, you could have been done by March 5th or mid-March, couldn't you?
Potentially, yes.
Well, you're going to get it done that quickly now, so wouldn't that be an accurate guide to when you could have done it then?
It's certainly not ideal, but we certainly are working as quickly as we can.
I know it's not ideal, but isn't it the same time frame? Whatever it's going to take you from March 26th, you could have done from February 5th. True?
Again, I don't know the timeline in terms of what exactly was produced when from Dr. Welcher, so I'm not aware of that.
But I'm not asking about the timeline. I'm talking about the time needed to deal with this information. You said you could have done in around a month.
I think a month or more, yes.
So your contract with the federal government ended, Arca's did, in June of 2024, didn't it?
I believe it was sometime last year, yes.
Do you know the Commonwealth notified the defense that they were going to have a new expert back in October of 2024?
So what if they did?
Are you aware of any effort by Arca or the defense to try to facilitate an agreement that the defense could use Arca as witnesses back in October or November of 2024?
No.
Are you aware of any efforts by the defense to try to notify the federal government to be able to use Arca in December or January?
No.
And so as far as you knew, this came out of nowhere in March, that the defense wanted to use Arca, or specifically you and Dr. Renchelier, in late March of 2025?
No, I think, again, it was, like I said, around February of 2025. I know that, like I said, when I spoke to Mr. Jackson, that he had indicated that the Arca issue was being litigated. And I think that, like I said, there was, I think, multiple motions pending against us, and he didn't even know if he could move forward with us at that point in time.
Do you know why the defense waited until February 2025 to even seek permission from the federal government to retain you and Dr. Renchler so you could review the materials?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know? Do you happen to know that?
I don't know, no.
Obviously.
You shared with us communications you had with the United States Attorney's Office. Were you receiving information in this case since the last trial from the defense or from the United States Attorney's Office?
What do you mean with respect to information?
Evidence, discovery, information.
From the Department of Justice?
Anybody?
No, not until recently, no.
So you haven't seen any discovery until after February of 2025. Isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
It's Arca.
Now, when you were involved in this case before trial last year, we talked about your communications and conversations with the defense. Was anybody giving you information as an intermediary? Was anybody updating you on the defense or the case or giving other information to you?
Yeah, I think I previously testified that the Department of Justice was closely watching the trial and providing us information.
What information were they providing you about the trial?
I think that they provided information regarding the some of the witnesses that had testified with respect to, I think, the reconstructionists, and I think some of the evidence.
So when the Department of Justice was giving you information during the trial about witnesses,
Ooh,
what
why is he
witnesses
yelling?
do you remember they were giving you information about?
One that comes to mind was, and I don't even recall his name, it would have been the accident reconstructionist.
Is it a coincidence that when you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about particular witnesses testifying in this case, is it a coincidence that your phone calls and text messages are more frequent?
Is it a coincidence?
Yes.
I presume so.
Well, when you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about witness testimony in this case, was that part of the catalyst for you to either call or text the defense and ask questions?
No.
Did you ever share any of the information you received from the Department of Justice with the defense?
No.
When you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about witness testimony, that was before you testified, correct?
Correct.
And part of that, when they were giving you information, did they ever give you any live video?
No. It was
Yep.
just verbal
And
communication.
they were giving you updates and summaries of testimony?
I wouldn't say summaries. They just pointed out some key things I think that came out.
What were the key things they were talking about with the reconstructionist testimony? What were they telling you?
I think it was, as it relates to the arm being outstretched, and I think some of the kinematics of the pedestrian. I also think there was some mention of potentially some DNA evidence.
And is that how at trial, even though you had no evidence that was produced as part of your report, or to consider for your report, that you knew that there was DNA evidence because of the intermediary?
Because of the Department of Justice?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you know there was a sequestration order in this case that you were not supposed to consider or review other witnesses' testimony or information? Did you know that?
I was never made aware of that. no.
Nobody made you aware about a sequestration order in this case?
No.
But you did, in fact, receive information about other witnesses' testimony before you testified in this case in front of the jury, didn't you?
From the Department of Justice, yes.
What other witnesses were you advised about their testimony and issues in this case before your testimony in this case?
That's all I recall.
Well, you said it was more than one. You said some witnesses. Take a moment, think back. What other witnesses stand out that you were offered information from the Department of Justice about this case before you testified?
As I mentioned, I don't know which witness provided the DNA information, but I would presume that that's the other witness, yes.
So you heard information, you learned that there was information and testimony about DNA,
Yes.
and certainly when you took that information before you testified, you considered it when you testified, didn't you?
No, because again, our report was already solidified, so it didn't change my opinion in any way.
Well, not about whether it changed your opinion. You testified about DNA, didn't you?
I don't believe that I did, no.
I'm going to approach, if I may, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is your outline with your comments. You recognize this?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce that as an exhibit, please. Thank you.
Exhibit 3.
So, as an expert, when you receive information, you need time to look at the raw data, don't you?
Potentially, yes.
You need time to look at the report of another expert, don't you?
Potentially.
And then you got to consider whether or not you think that their testing is accurate. You can test their testing, can't you?
You can, yes.
And you can also generate new tests based on what you've read if you think that there is some explanation needed. Yes?
Perhaps, yes.
And then you can write a report.
Yes.
So it's fair to say when an expert introduces new information, testing materials, it takes about, if not at least a month, to process through that information, vet it, and then consider your own testing.
Well, if they've already authored a report and done their own testing, that should be solidified and memorialized already.
Well, if there's new testing, if a new expert does something new, and an expert wants to look at it, you would agree to sift through that much information and consider and vet it and then do independent testing. It could take over a month, couldn't it?
If it's necessary.
And it would be the expert that determines whether or not that was necessary, wouldn't it?
Sure.
And if your report is not due until May 7th, is that what you said, May 7th?
Yes.
May 7th. It could take an expert, if they wanted to do testing based on new testing that you provided, over a month, couldn't it?
It depends. I can't answer that.
When you wrote that initial report and you provided the report, how many pages was it? 10, 12 pages?
The original DOJ report?
The report that you produced in this case with your opinions, yes.
That sounds about right.
Okay. You never gave the raw data for that report, did you?
Not the raw
all
data
protected.
again.
It was all what?
It was protected as classified.
Gives
Have
me
you
every
been
time.
asked for it? Has there been a request made for all the raw data that formed the basis of your opinions, of those initial opinions?
My understanding from communication with the Department of Justice is that all communication and work product is protected and cannot be disclosed.
So that raw data that's necessary to you for your evaluation and your testing, that wasn't provided in this case, was it?
For the first trial?
Yes.
No.
And videos of the demonstration, you built like a potato cannon, right?
I'm sorry, what?
Potato
What?
cannon.
If that's how you want to characterize it, sure.
Okay. Did you take videos of it when you were doing your demonstrations and tests?
Yes.
Never turned over those videos, did you?
Again, we're talking about trial one. As I mentioned, for trial two, let me finish.
Trial one, so
Okay.
no, I want you to focus on.
Okay, no, that
trial
was
one.
not produced, no.
You never turned over any of those videos, did you?
Again, we were not able to.
And was there any failed testing the first time around?
No.
In addition to videos, I'm sure you had other raw data, notes, photographs, right?
Yes.
And so when you look at a report, so for example, you saw Dr. Welch's report and you had access now to his file and data, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed that, didn't you?
Yes.
Because to be fair, you need to review not just the report, that's just someone's opinion. You need to review the raw data, don't you, to get an accurate understanding of an opinion?
Right, which we have already provided in
So-
response to Dr. Welcher.
Without video and without the raw data, as an expert, there's no ability to really vet the reliability of your first experiments that led to your testimony in trial 1, is there?
I think you might be confused. Again, our role for this round.
I don't think
first-
I am.
Objection, Your Honor. You should be allowed to answer.
I don't think I'm confused. I'm talking about trial 1.
Right.
You had a 12-page report. You provided no video, no raw data, no notes, correct?
Correct. But for this trial, sir, we are being asked to respond to Dr. Welcher.
That's
Okay?
not what I'm
We
asking
have
you.
provided everything that he would need to evaluate the testing that we have done.
That's not what I'm asking. What if he wants to evaluate the testing you did the first time? Are you going to come into court? Do you hope to testify about the opinions you gave the first time? About those 4 opinions?
I don't know what the defense's plan is for us. My understanding is that it's to evaluate and respond to Dr. Welcher.
All right, with that, I need to see counsel attack.
Oh man, not the side-by again. All right, let's go back to let's go back to our regularly scheduled program and see what Jen's up here talking about. We are actually back in court. And boom. All right, I got it. Here we go, y'all. Get ready. Hold on. There we go.
That we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please?
They were having some
go back in
issues.
here? Oh. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie.
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister,
Yes.
and obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Object.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview, or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that
same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that.
Yes,
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes,
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
yes,
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
they were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022.
Objection.
As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Here comes the fire truck.
Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes,
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Walked
Okay,
up to
that
the
was the very
car.
first introduction, correct?
Oh
Yes.
no.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough.
That's funny.
However, after they said, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 or 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
okay. They told you that they would. At that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
And you told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Take your time, AJ.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Mr. Ryan? First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally, yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
Thank you. If I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could review those two paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
and Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home, correct?
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was
Because-
my next
Oh,
question.
yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to
That's
explain.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also
Interesting.
wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted, but
Yes.
if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes, that was correct.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment, before your interview, was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
That's what they
No,
said.
that is not.
That's not what y'all
You wanted to
testified.
find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe, you'd have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more
to
than that.
So
I'm sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies.
That's what they said.
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you was just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when you're when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
Not about an ice cream truck.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question, Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
She said, be nice, Mr. Jackson.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? Mm-hmm. And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie, no.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement. Yes or no, ma'am?
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others, in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe,
Uh-oh.
a lie, correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there
Oh,
some
man.
shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If
Okay,
I
let
could
me ask it a different
explain,
way.
if I could explain,
Let me ask it a
it will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no, yes.
Correct. At that, or any moment?
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no,
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finishing her.
It was a yes or no
I
question,
said
though.
no, because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first I thought they were selling something, then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest, I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That's,
non-responsive.
so next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
Ms. McCabe, after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else, those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband, objection.
Sustained.
They left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you, in fact, did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe? Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me that I lied to you, and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
May we
Next, yes.
We got another sidebar. Let me see. Do we have enough delay? Yeah, she's back. Somebody's about to get in trouble. I think AJ is going to get in trouble with Judge Bev. Here we go.
Lee, may I?
He's putting the heat on too
Yeah.
much.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's number 4.
You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten.
Uh-oh.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works
Miss-
for the district attorney's
Thank
office.
you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further, Mr. Jackson.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
All of
I
them.
think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up,
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason, is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening?
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No.
Nobody saw anything from what they
You appeared
say.
to be getting along?
Yeah. Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together?
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts?
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves, and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
Nope.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table, sort of together, through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table, so it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't
enough.
like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just
Yeah.
sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking, and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
But I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them...
I don't know about y'all. I'm sick of that video.
Playing, but squaring off on one another,
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that. Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see the
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands, right?
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really...
Playfully grabbing at each other, play fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed, and I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah.
Were they? Let's see it.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're the guys, yeah.
Big boys. A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
Yes.
correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asked.
What's up,
Karen to come
Infinity?
with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes.
She's smiling because she knows she's doing a good job.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together, yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in, and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen, and then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian, Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters in the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, so, or maybe the Sun and the Marines, they might have been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Yeah, this is your copy. I'll take care of the next later. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? 3. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3.
Brian was the first one. Yep,
Permission to
correct.
publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as
Enlarge.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize
Where's the
what's
rock?
depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Y'all
Yes.
remember we're supposed to
What is that?
disregard the
That
rock.
is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Can you use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house? Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Y'all say they were trying to fight. Oh my goodness.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
That chair is amazing.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of
No.
fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, you know, right where they are. Just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the, parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you
No.
can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond, I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox, is that right?
Yes,
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway, is that right?
yes,
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony, or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband? Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that
you sure?
fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
Yeah, you got to ask that a different way. It's a good try.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th, do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%, sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there, Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case, correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come, yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house, yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right, yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Okay, next question.
What did you say?
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there, yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it, I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Excuse me.
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came.
Come
and when
on,
they
Jen.
left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Carrie about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And
here's
during
where I am.
during that conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
during the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And
Questions like that, and I absolutely told them. But it was no story. There was
Interesting.
no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody. Well, notwithstanding what you think
Answer the
was
question,
reason,
Jen.
You're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not, no.
You're not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, before?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, Mr. McCabe. I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. Let me try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family, who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking
Just answer the question.
Folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then he promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No?
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
Can you answer
And he
answer the
accommodated
question?
the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
They followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
She
Yes,
don't
the
recall.
one back in
April?
April.
I think,
Yes, yes,
2022?
yes.
That sounds
Yeah,
right.
it sounds about right, yeah.
You remember being there in an anteroom with some other folks?
What's an anteroom?
An anteroom, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same anteroom?
yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So, in answer to my question, you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was
No.
a full-size German
It's
Shepherd.
a full size, yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so, you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running, and chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34 Fairview,
Yes,
where first responders were responding, correct?
yes,
And you said my client was screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her,
Yes.
shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Dang.
Yeah.
Language.
Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes,
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that
Yeah.
right?
yes,
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
yes,
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible
How did they
happened.
not hear all of this?
Something terrible had happened.
Crazy.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey,
Who cares about, who's thinking about the neighbors when somebody's over there dying?
didn't do that.
No,
Come
I was
on.
like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either.
I guess she's a good
Brian,
neighbor.
Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. Definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
Unreasonably calm.
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, if we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room. Correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out,
How can there not remember the
When
dog?
you walked in the house, didn't see the dog.
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog.
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog.
no,
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog.
I don't
No
remember.
dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. Doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, you didn't. No dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No,
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
no,
You didn't hear or
Man, that
see a
dog
scratching at
disappeared.
the
That's
door?
crazy.
no.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into
Dog
that house,
disappeared.
6:40.
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you ever
dog.
heard a description given about that dog?
What happened
by
to the
Brian
dog?
Albert? Anybody else?
That poor dog, man.
Not good with strangers. Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs, is what I knew. So I could never bring my dog over there.
She doesn't
That's all I
remember the
know about
dog. That's insane, man.
Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs. is the
Yeah.
answer. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house, 34 Fairview, on the morning of the early morning hours of?
The dog's taking a dirt nap right now.
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is opened and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds about right.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 with the court's permission?
Okay.
Thank you. And can you enhance that just a little bit, please? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference. Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door and saw the SUV, what time was
The
that?
dog is living with Snoop
I
now.
don't remember off the top of
That's
my head. I'm
crazy.
sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights, lights like over here somewhere, if the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is...
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
Okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there, to the left, sorry.
All right, so the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do, yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house. Ms.
Yes.
McCabe. She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34th Therapy from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together
You
the
knew all
time.
this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened
I
outside
didn't ask
is
you if she
different.
had involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
Sounds
No,
like
that
it.
is not correct.
You were advised.
Come
were you ever
on, lady.
advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he
Oh my
didn't?
gosh.
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustain.
She's not an attorney. She can't testify to that.
Indeed,
Nice
once
try,
you
though.
got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
That's, what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
What?
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The
She's trying to
screenshot
play
told me
investigator.
when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m.? 12:23 a.m. sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
When are we going to hear from Mr. Nagel? That's the question.
Mary, okay. Take a look at that transcript, that call. Can you read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to yourself?
I'd like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council? Why don't council come to side?
All right, there it is. We got side by number 5. Right? How are we doing? So, we're going to be cutting it close. Thank you to everybody that voted too. It looks like most of you, 62% of you said there's going to be 6 to 10. Yeah, can we put a RIPs in the chat for the dog, man? They rehomed the dog. Oh man. Y'all think Chloe's still with us? Is that the name of the dog? Oh, there she is. Isn't that is that Paul's wife? Is that her? What was her name again? I can't remember. Yeah, that's her. Aaron. Shout out to Aaron. There's Aaron up in there. Aaron is finally in the building. She should be testifying at some point. We're waiting for this side-by to be over. There you go. Hold on. I gotta run it back. Excuse me, y'all. Yeah, rest in peace to Chloe. Yeah, Judge Cannoni loves interrupting the defense, but most judges do. No surprise.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
Okay, so it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
Next question.
That's what she said.
Is that's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection.
That was her
Ask
answer.
and
Next
answer.
question, Mr. Jackson.
You can come on, AJ. You got this, man.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper?
Do
I was
you
reading everything.
remember the
Whether
time?
you remember the
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but in my memory.
That's not my question. I have
Yes or no, Jen?
Okay, sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
What's wrong?
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
Yeah,
here.
so something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother, she came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
not according to the.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this, as you're looking out that storm door window, going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car, and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was
She don't recall.
Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep, a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that. What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck, or SUV rather. So just behind that is to the left. As you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that is Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV, correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep?
I'll give me 1 second.
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there.
Hot.
5,000 pounds Jeep.
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay, and I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked and you saw Brian Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch. All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch and recess. And Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors, and we'll see you up here in 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Jurors, right this way.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Of course, I step away for 1 second and then they end the court proceedings. Lord have mercy. How y'all doing in there? We're still here. No, we're not going to be chilling on the OnlyFans. A shout out to the OnlyFans. What do y'all think about Jen's testimony so far? Some interesting stuff. Definitely some interesting stuff. She's really laying out and laying down the groundwork for what actually happened, what went on, her recollection, but there seems like there's still a lot missing in the story. We don't remember a dog. How that happened. Seems like there's a lot of information that's being left out. Let me see what y'all are saying in here though. Let me see. Who do we have in the building? Yep, and they said lunchtime. Y'all called it for sure. Did she say how long? I think she said 45 minutes. Judge Bev does not play with lunchtime. Let me see what she said. Here we go.
Question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle
Appreciate
was
you,
here,
Rhonda.
and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, you know, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that. What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck. From SUV.
She said 45.
So just behind that is left, as you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck.
Oh, y'all can't see this.
You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV, correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it.
See you in 45.
1,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay, and I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked and you saw.
Slow down on the solid part.
Then you saw Higgins' Jeep. Then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't.
Are they having Bob
study
burgers for lunch?
the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck?
Y'all want to see her testimony from the last trial?
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch. All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch in the recess. And Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors, and we'll see you up here in 45 minutes.
She did say 45 minutes. Okay. Jim McCabe.
Goodbye.
Testimony. All right. So y'all want to go back in time, huh? Should we do it? I said I didn't want to be tainted by the last trial. What should I do? All right, y'all tell me what I should do. Should I break my oath and see what Jen had to say the last time? Do y'all think I could do it? She's thinking, how can I get out of this? Oh, she ain't going nowhere. Go back, go back, go back. I made a promise. I made a promise to be unbiased. Maybe I'll look at it once her testimony's over. I don't know. I'm going to think about it, y'all. I don't want to taint myself. But we will finish with this Arca hearing from the other day. I think Jen poses true PTSD. However, her hands are not clean as far as being spoiled. Yeah, and they got together and wanted to talk about things. She was requesting screenshots of what went on. Like, come on now. James said, you better. James said, you get a better perspective. I don't know. I like to take the case. I try to take the case for what it is. Kara Hampton said, don't break your promise. All right, Kara's right. I'm going to leave it alone. Now, if we want to go back and watch it after Jen's done testifying, so maybe we could do that. I'm going to look it up after her testimony. Yeah, there you go, Tay. I think that's what we'll do here as well. So we're going to leave her alone for right now. Let me see. Let's see what this Arca guy had to say. Because I guess he said enough to convince Judge Bev the other day. And he doesn't have much left to stay on the stand here. Oh, so they kicked him out of there. That was it. So maybe we can look at Carrie's first testimony. Oh, she didn't testify the first time, right? Y'all said Carrie didn't testify the first time. Is that right? I believe that's what y'all said. So let me see if I can find. I don't think she did.
All right, Dr. Rentschler, this is going to be very quick. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan. We just need his name.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Dr. Andrew John Rentschler, ANDREWJOHNRENTSCHLER.
You've testified before in this case?
It's quite the name.
I have, yes, sir.
In a last voir dire in a past trial?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have conversations and communications with the defense before your last testimony?
I did, yes.
Did you use text messages to communicate?
I believe there was maybe one text message.
Okay. How about phone calls?
There was maybe one or two phone calls, I believe.
Okay. Would it be fair to say there was 6 text messages for you?
Yeah, I believe I sent one, and then there were 5 sent to me.
And were there 23 phone calls?
No, I don't believe so.
Have you looked at the records outlining the phone calls that supposedly you made to the defense?
I looked at the records from the defense,
Oh, she wasn't
but then I looked at my own
cross-examined.
records, which indicate a different number.
Really?
Only 3 phone calls, I believe.
Okay, so the 23 phone calls
I
that are
found their
summarized, you
testimony.
don't think you made those phone calls?
No, if you look at them, it's like 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute. And in that
Thank you,
time
Les.
period, according to my phone records, I have like a 21-minute phone call that encompasses most of that time.
Did you discuss with the defense before your testimony anything about this case?
I don't believe so, no.
When you say you don't believe so, do you remember speaking to them about this case at all?
I remember speaking about my qualifications and my background, and I believe that's it.
Did you ever use any other medium to have conversations with the defense other than text or emails or phone calls?
No, sir.
Did you ever communicate with them on Signal?
No, sir.
Why not?
There was no reason to.
As an expert, when you communicate with
Interesting.
clients, there's no concern about having it in writing, is there?
So when I
Keeping a record, whether it's a phone call or a text message or an email, there's no concerns when you're dealing with clients having a record of that, is there?
I don't believe that Arca has any specific policy for that, no, sir.
Did you keep track of your hours prior to your testimony?
I did, yes.
And before you testified, did you have conversations with people from the Department of Justice about this case?
Yes, I did.
Did they inform you about witness testimony?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
That is interesting that they didn't use Signal for the second time.
With the DOJ, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, certainly that would have been up to the DOJ. I mean, I would have had conversations with them. I don't believe that I asked or requested anything, but they
Sure.
would call to update us about what was going on.
Do you know why they were calling and raising certain issues with you?
I do not know, no, sir.
And by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting it, it helped prepare you for your trial testimony, didn't it?
It would certainly help prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
Did you know there was a sequestration order? That there was supposed to be no discussion of testimony and issues that were occurring in the courtroom before you testified?
I'm going to allow it. Were you aware of that, sir?
No, I was not.
Okay.
After you testified, did you?
Oh, yeah, we're gonna be here,
Lobby.
Lobby.
Meet anybody from the defense?
Just when I came at court, I think for the voir dire is the first time I met anybody.
Did you just spend time with the defendant and the defense after your testimony?
Well, after my testimony at trial on the 24th, yes, I was provided a ride back to the airport, and I believe I was the last witness. So before my ride to the airport, they said, there's a lunch next door. We need to get somebody else to take to the airport. Come over, have lunch. I had lunch, stood in the corner, and then got a ride back to the airport.
Spend time with the defendant and her family?
Oh, they were certainly there.
Did you talk to them?
Well, they talked to me. As I said, I ate my lunch, and then I actually went and stood in the corner, and then I believe some people came over to talk to me and approach me.
So you spent some time with them?
Certainly, yes.
Okay. And, sir, I understand the report is not going to be ready until May 7th or after?
I believe currently that's what the estimated deadline is, yes.
And so in evaluating Dr. Welch's materials, you want to look at the raw data, the conclusions, the findings, the PowerPoint, all the materials, right?
Yes, you'd like to review all the materials before coming up with an
You
opinion.
make a decision on what you think is appropriate to contest or maybe agree with, and then do your own test if necessary, correct?
To be able to respond to what those opinions and allegations are, yes, sir.
And it's taken you at least a month.
So they like
to
this guy.
do that, hasn't it?
Well, I believe that's what we've had, a month. I don't know if it's taken us a month. That's basically all we've had up to this point to do that.
And it's still not done?
No, not yet. That's correct, sir.
All right.
He seems
Is that it,
upset.
Mr. Brennan?
That's it, thank you.
All right. Can you get that report and everything completed before the 7th? If I order you to do so?
If you order me to do so, I mean, I could certainly try and expedite it, yeah.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You're all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Want to see counsel at sidebar for 1 minute?
All right, that sidebar doesn't count. That was that's an old sidebar, so we'll keep it moving. I do have something interesting here. Something I think y'all will find interesting. It looks like Carrie actually did an interview with Good Morning America. What? I know. This is I did not see this. So y'all check this out. Have any of y'all seen this interview that Carrie did? Looks like we're going to hear from her and possibly her husband. Oh, interesting. Now let's look at the date on this, and shout out to Good Morning America. This was April 23rd, which is actually a week ago today. And she took the stand shortly after that. It looks like, when did she take the stand? Is that last? She came back. So I want to say it was last Wednesday. It was last Wednesday because she started Wednesday afternoon. She came back Thursday morning. And then we had the half day on Friday, right? Anyway, let's go ahead and see what Carrie has to say about this. But before I do, shout out to my guy, Les Cleaver, in the building. What does he say? This is important. He says, Peter and Bev sitting in the tree. KISSING. Shout out to Peter in here. Peter and Love 444 are avid. Well, I'll say they're pro state in this one, pro the Commonwealth. And they said Karen Reed did it. They need to lock her up. Hey. All right, let's check this out from Carrie and see what she had to say before she testified.
An ABC News exclusive with a key witness in the Karen Reed murder retrial who took the stand yesterday during the first day of testimony.
So
she
this
was with
after.
Reed when they
Okay.
found the body of her Boston police officer boyfriend. She spoke with our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, George. Carrie Roberts is arguably the most important witness in this trial, but she agreed to speak with us because she wants to refocus attention on the actual victim in this case. That's her childhood friend, John O'Keefe, the Boston cop who adopted his toddler-age niece and nephew when his sister and brother-in-law tragically died. A prankster who would help you at the drop of a hat.
Interesting.
Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed!
Arriving in court for the first day of her second murder trial, Karen Reed addressing her supporters.
I'm always confident in my team.
Reed's defense team maintains she's innocent, the victim of a law enforcement cover-up. But prosecutors allege Reed, drunk and angry, knowingly slammed her SUV into her boyfriend, police officer John O'Keefe, outside a get-together at another cop's home, leaving him to die in a blizzard in January of 2022.
Dang.
And this morning, one of the trial's key witnesses, Carrie Roberts, John O'Keefe's lifelong friend, speaking to the media for the first time, exclusively to GMA.
You're obviously one of the key witnesses
that money,
for the entire
Carrie.
case. Why are you speaking out now on the eve of Karen's second trial?
I think people have forgotten John in general. He is the victim. He's lost his life. He's not coming back.
Roberts took the stand yesterday and will continue testifying today.
they forgot
She
John.
is a critical witness for the prosecution because she was the first person Karen Reed called at 5 a.m. the morning of the blizzard trying to find John.
Can you tell me what she said, what Karen told Carrie that morning when she called?
I believe she said, was that the first time she called John's dead?
Yes.
Carrie relayed
He's
to
like, I don't
Brendan
know.
Kane,
I didn't read
longtime
the
friend
script
of
before I
John's,
came.
the contents of her call that morning with Karen Reed.
When Karen called Carrie, she was histrionic, screaming, John's dead, John's dead. I think you get hit by a plow. Carrie, John's dead. Is that right?
The first phone call was
Yeah.
John's dead, then she hung up.
So that early morning, Carrie picked up Karen and another O'Keefe
husband couldn't
friend,
remember
Jennifer
the
McCabe.
script.
I knew of her. I had met her once, and that was it.
They drive to the house where Karen dropped John off. It's dark in a blinding blizzard.
It was so snowy, you couldn't see. And as we were driving, Karen would lean in between us, and she was frantic. I mean, she knew John was missing, so she was frantic about it, as I would be. And then we turned to pull down Fairview, and she saw him on the lawn, and I didn't.
Carrie quickly joins Karen on the lawn, and the two women perform CPR on John until police arrive.
We went to go find him and make sure he got home okay. And when you find him and he's not okay, it was pretty hard.
Carrie and
That's
John
gotta
were
be
friends
tough.
since childhood. So was Brendan Kane.
He was a diehard South Sox, Bruins, Pats fan. Name it, Boston sports. He was obsessed.
O'Keefe became a cop like his grandfather, staying close to his family, including his sister Kristen. When she and her husband died within months of each other, John took his niece and nephew in as his own.
That's so sad.
Carrie
man.
was his right hand.
It was like all hands on deck when they would go to dance recitals and stuff, father-daughter dances. I would do their hair and get the boutonniere and get the corsage, and he did a great job. This was one of my best friends.
In the 3 years since Reed was arrested, the town of Canton has been transformed. Neighbors have taken sides. Witnesses have been harassed.
For the crime of?
Telling the truth.
Answering the phone.
It's my friend. I'm not going to not help. It's all about which side are you on. We're John's closest friends and family, and we still haven't been able to grieve because of all of this. It's all lost. on this circus.
Why did John want to become a cop?
Johnny believed in fairness. Johnny believed in justice. And he'd be appalled at where we are 3.5 years later.
Carrie Roberts is part of a group of witnesses whose testimony points to Karen knowing that she hit John O'Keefe with her car. And one key difference that we picked up on this time, the defense still says that there was a botched investigation and a cover-up. But this time around, they're no longer hinting that there was some sort of big police conspiracy afoot. Now, it's unclear how long this trial will last. That first trial took 9 weeks. So buckle up, guys.
Yeah, interesting. All right, shout out to Carrie out there getting her money. Carrie and husband. I can't remember his name. I'm really bad with remembering people's name. I want our body language experts to get in on this one. Where are my body language experts at? This interaction between the two of them is interesting, to say the least.
Why did John want to become a cop?
Johnny believed in fairness. Johnny believed in justice. And he'd be appalled at where we are 3.5 years later.
Carrie Roberts is
Anyway, I'm gonna leave it alone. Let me know what y'all think about that in the comments and in the chat. Is Jen on the stand or did we move on? Jen is still on the stand. We had to take a quick lunch break. I should have been keeping note of when. Let me see. Let me do this. Of when Judge Bev said 45 minutes. So I could tell you guys how much time we have left. Oh yeah, we should be, let's see. We're over halfway there, so we should be there soon. Amy said they're full of shit. Oh man. That's crazy. Yeah, Amy, I don't know. They look very interesting. And she said, and I have a name, sure. Who are you talking to? You talking to me, Amy? I think she's saying me. Amy is our official body language expert here on the channel. So shout out to the awesome, amazing Amy. But yeah, what did she say? You're probably right. Now, I'm not even going to doubt you. You definitely are right. So let's go ahead while we've got some time. And let's see if I can go back and find Jen's testimony from 11 months ago. Okay, here we go. I think this channel might have it. Let me see if I can find it. Amy said, "No, they cap it." Yeah, I don't know. They seem this whole situation's interesting. Like when they showed the Amy, you know I can't read that stuff out loud. They talked about Carrie and John's relationship, which I still think is super strange. But hey, some people have said it's not a big deal. This is just how things are. Like, I don't know. Let me go back to where they talked about this. They said Carrie was John's right-hand man. Like, when it came to raising the kids.
Is for the prosecution because
That's
she was
weird.
the first person Karen Reed called at 5 a.m. the morning of the
weird.
blizzard trying to find John.
Can you tell me what she said, what Karen
told them again?
told Carrie
Where is it?
that morning when she called?
I believe she said, was that the first time she called John's dead?
Yes.
Carrie relayed to Brendan
She's like, yes, remember we talked about this.
Kane, a longtime friend of John's, the contents of her call that morning with Karen Reed.
When Karen called Carrie, she was histrionic.
Not yet,
screaming,
Ducky.
John's dead, John's dead. I think you get hit by a plow. Carrie, John's dead.
Her husband's like, I don't remember. I don't
The
know.
first phone call was John's dad, then she hung up.
So that early morning, Carrie picked up Karen and another O'Keefe friend, Jennifer McCabe.
I knew of her. I had met her once, and that was it.
They drive to the house where Karen dropped John off. It's dark in a blinding blizzard.
It was so snowy, you couldn't see. And as we were driving, Karen would lean in between us, and she was frantic. I mean, she knew John was missing, so she was frantic about it, as I would be. And then we turned to pull down Fairview, and she saw him on the lawn, and I didn't.
Carrie quickly joins Karen on the lawn. and the two women performed CPR on John until police arrive.
Oh yeah, here we
went
go.
to go find.
This is where they talk about it.
Carrie and Johns were friends since childhood. So was Brendan Kane.
Yeah. Yeah, Carrie and John were friends since childhood.
It was pretty hard.
Carrie and John.
Look at this. Oh, look at Carrie and John. Strange.
Johns were friends since childhood. So was Brendan Kane.
He was a diehard South Sox, Bruins, Pats fan. Name it, Boston sports. He was obsessed.
O'Keefe became a cop like his grandfather, staying close to his family, including his sister
This is
Kristen.
so
When she and her
weird.
husband died within months of each other, John took his niece and nephew in as his own. Carrie was his right hand.
It was like
Carrie was his right hand. Yo, what is going on here? I don't know.
Took his niece and nephew in as his own. Carrie was his right hand.
It was like all hands on deck when they would go to dance recitals and stuff, father-daughter dances. I would do their hair and get the boutonniere and get the corsage, and he did a great job. This was one of my best.
She didn't smile that big, which I'm being super messy right. What have y'all done to me with this Karen retrial? She wasn't smiling that big when she was talking to her husband. God dang.
Friends.
Yo, this is
In the
wild.
3 years since Reed was arrested, the town of Canton has been transformed. Neighbors have taken sides. Witnesses have been harassed. For the crime of?
Telling the truth.
Answering the phone.
It's my friend. I'm
High school sweethearts.
not going to not help. It's all about which side are you on.
says my
We're
friend.
John's closest friends and family, and we're still haven't been able to grieve because of all of this.
my
all
very,
lost
very good
on
friend,
this
John.
circus.
Why did John want to become a cop?
Johnny believed in fairness. Johnny believed in justice. And he'd be appalled at where we are 3.5 years later.
Carrie Roberts is part of a group of witnesses.
Isn't that right? Isn't that right, babe? Let's go back to Carrie's first testimony. We're going to take a trip back in time. Amy says if chicken and dumplings were people, God, don't do them like that, Amy. We're going to take a little walk down memory lane and see what Jen had to say the first time she was on the stand. Y'all have informed me that there was no cross. So let's get into it. It'll be interesting to see. Let's speed this up a little bit.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's vehicle in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the parking lot, correct?
Well,
Yes.
Jen's done, or Carrie's done, so it's
shot
fine.
From the same video that you just saw in the prior exhibit.
Yes.
Lodge.
If I could have,
The lodge, Amy, the lodge.
Exhibit 102 now. And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen, that's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
And that's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could use
Lodge and in
direct
charge.
your attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle that morning. Thank you. Come on, you can pay it. Now you go, look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just. And Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at Jen's. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car, and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr.
Who's the attorney speaking right now?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
Did the first trial take place in the wintertime? She looks like she's cold. Noses all red and stuff.
So
Or she was crying.
Coming
I
out
don't know.
of Mr. O'Keefe's house, you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door.
Big Bone is crazy.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, At the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how
That's
long
Lolly.
a drive or how far
Okay.
a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see. I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar
Yes,
Street
that's
you're talking
Carrie.
about, that's Bolivar.
Yes,
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what, if anything, did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when
Makes
you
sense.
get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
Do you go down a hill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to this date if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor,
Yeah, a lot of wild things happen in a small town.
A brief portion of
What do y'all think about this? Shauna said these types of friendships back in the day existed before Gen Ys came about. We got to remember these are a group of small town, close knit people who drank for fun. What do y'all think about that? I mean, I've seen relationships like this with couples, but relationships like this with married women and a single guy, Shauna, I don't know about that one. A single guy they're not related to, a single guy they had a past relationship with. I grew up in a small town. I mean, I've seen some things. This is a new one to me. But hey, maybe I'm too young.
Okay.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
That's called Pocket D. Rhonda T. Yo, chill, Rhonda. You're not wrong, though.
I could ask him to stop right there. Ms. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as depicted in the video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal, or consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around going from Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Amy said they were having side-bys.
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle was taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, do you recognize what street that vehicle was turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
We got the video again. Amy, leave Rhonda alone. She's a professional. She needs those phones. Leave her alone. Rhonda, don't let Amy bully you like that. Friends with benefits. I mean, they
as you're
were.
driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
No, Amy,
Erin was
you're just
frantic.
fine.
She wouldn't put her seatbelt on.
You be you.
And I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat, and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as
she loved
screaming,
him.
do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming, or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know.
Yeah, this
that was
video
Bella's
gets more
mom.
play than
And she
a-
said Bella's
Nah,
mom
never
never
mind.
liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regard to any other sort of
Any other what?
following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane. And I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Mr. McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides, and I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
Meaning what?
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
Oh, my goodness.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Oh, pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched.
Oh, she didn't say
ran
that
over to
this time.
a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving down the road, have you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, have you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No.
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Ms. McCabe is? That
The driver's side.
so she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle and the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, oh my God. And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask us to play on that till about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle? Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Miss Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over.
Yes.
And we've seen this like 11 times.
Now, from this video, you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found Mr. O'Keefe.
With the pointer.
Okay. And Ms. Newman, if you could, again, display for about the 6.5.
Oh, she's crying. What's up, Linfinity? Love your analysis of this trial as we are beat to death with insane videos. Yeah, I'm trying to keep up. I haven't given too much of an analysis, but we're breaking it down as we see it. We're calling it as we see it. Amy is the best. Yeah, Carrie was upset. Y'all give me 1 second. She's crying. Amy says she's crying because remember that's the last day she had John's day. Amy, oh my gosh. See, this video is easier to see than the other one. Where'd that other video come from?
Visuals on the screen again. We're just using the laser pointer to direct your attention to those are.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
Take that down. Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall why that was?
Because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me take you back, sort of when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe, what's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out of the snow.
And you recall, you recognized the person in the snow was Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on the back, on his side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth, and his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine, but the right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area. What, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him, and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions, and then Karen was giving him mouth-to-mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth-to-mouth, and she was frantic again, running around. And
as she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there, sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant, and there was some weird, like, electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth-to-mouth and then running around, is the mouth-to-mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent or is it intermittent between, when is the running around in relation to the mouth-to-mouth?
I don't remember which was first. I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrived?
I don't know. Wasn't long. Maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing, and where was Ms. McCabe, and where was the defendant at that time?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car, and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is?
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
Closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like, you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying at that point?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud, volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him, and it was grass.
Now, as far as the grass that you observed, how is that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been open?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you...
In the middle.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
And do you recall who that first responder was?
No.
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic? Or...
No.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when we found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him, they're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him, they're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold
Karen
hands
was
and pray.
tripping.
And then at some point,
we're still here.
She
Y'all
had blood on her hands, and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
She said she was zipped up there talking.
You or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And what happened then?
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to sort of step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Ms. Reed go? Where did Ms.
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe, I had called John's mother, I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead, he's in the back of an ambulance, he's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was gonna go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe, he didn't answer.
Next question, that'll stand, but next question.
You call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents?
Correct.
At some point you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Ms. McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Objection. Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
She's like, I answer that or what? They told me in the coaching class that I only answer the questions that are pro-prosecution.
Defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going from there?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no, and Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right, so why don't we end this now for now? Okay.
All right, so that was the first one. I wish, man, that was really brief, I should say. I want to find her full testimony. I can't find it. So let me see if I could go. Let's see. It was May of last year. I'm going to go over here and see if I could find the whole testimony. So y'all give me a second. And shout out to everybody who's still in here too. I appreciate y'all. I know everybody liked up the video too. Dang, they got a lot of live streams over here. Let me see. We got ASAP Rocky. All right, here we go. We're going to find it. We're going to find Jen's first testimony. It is interesting to see the contrast between the two testimonies. Like, she gave a lot more detail about how Jen was acting, how she was behaving. Let's see. We'll find May 22nd, 11 months ago. All right, let's see. I'm going to see if I can find this for y'all. And what day would this have been? So this is day 9, which was on May 10th. So we got to go back. Day 9, we'll go to... should be day 12 or 11. I'm going to get it, y'all. Bear with me. And y'all were not lying. That fan has been the focal point of this trial.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to execute the court and jury in the case down here to be the truth, the whole truth.
We got Sarah Levinson.
Thank you. Just need you to scoot up and pull down that microphone. You talk really loud.
May 14th. So that's not right. So we need to go to day 21. It should be. And nobody's helping me, man. Y'all are just in there chilling. I'm sure it would be hard to remember what day it was though. Okay, so it wasn't on day 21.
Sergeant, on February 3rd, 2022, is that the first time that you had been at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
And
day 19, that was June 3rd. So we got to keep going backwards. Let's try day 16.
196 through 205.
Trying to get to May 22nd. I bet Amy can figure it out. Oh, I found it. Here we go.
Photographs came to know Mr. O'Keefe during.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I found it. Day 16.
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with that?
She said he was one of my best friends.
Execute the court and jury in the case down here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may take the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Carrie Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My husband, my 2 children.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boy, girl?
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm an executive assistant.
How long have you been doing that?
17 years.
And
Okay,
your
nice.
Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do for work?
He's a heavy equipment operator.
And how long has he been doing that?
Maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those dates? Yes. And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday.
So the 28th.
Friday the 28th.
Into a
Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home.
Oh, hold on.
When you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else from your house, was home when you got there?
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him, and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know him?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Miss McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know him?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me, and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point, I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point, and Kristen was there, and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. Patrick was,
he's
almost a year older.
And
court is not back yet, y'all. Just hang in there.
Did they end up going to the same school in Canton?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Patrick?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey, so they did hockey together, and then he didn't like that. And they've played baseball together since they were T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe, or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you had met her, she got sick, is that right?
Correct.
Eventually she passed away, is that right?
Correct.
And after she passed away, her husband also passed away?
Correct.
And,
sad, man.
At some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to his business?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh, yes, daily.
And what, if any, sort of, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadowtown, correct?
Yes, and it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You were familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And so you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them. She sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with
Sister
Kaylee.
wives.
And I sort of got Patrick. So
Miss Lally, you have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies. And then through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people. So it depends.
Your conversations with what, if any, sort
including but not limited to.
would you
Explain,
have,
Jen.
What, if any, knowledge did you have in reference to the people that he dated?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date
bar.
with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Carrie Roberts?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random. I had never heard of her.
Oh, man.
And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. And I said, nope, but okay. And then
I
they
thought
came
I
over
was
that
the
night.
girl you were dating.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July of what year?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot, so I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Was there any occasions where you had sort of socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together, but the four of us never went out.
All right, that's enough. Shout out to Carrie holding it down for a 2+ well, for a long time. Let's go ahead and get back into court today. Looks like the jury is back in. How many sidebars are we at, y'all? I think we're at 5 right now, if I remember. If y'all haven't yet, like the video. It's free. Here we go. We should be back. We got the only fan in here. There we go. John had a girl for every night of the week. He was winning.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, can we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Your Honor, while she's coming in, may we close that, please?
All right, we're still waiting, and we're waiting, and we're waiting, and we're waiting. Jury's filing in. There you go. You got Peggy.
McCabe, when you first saw...
AJ's back at it. All right, here we go. Now we're good. I tried to time it right. Jeez. There we go.
All right, sorry about the delay, jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time.
Oh, wow.
These old courthouses. So, all right, we appreciate your patience. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text, yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so, yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrite report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I ask one foundational question before I give this to the witness? Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one felled swoop as you look at this document? So I don't have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Would it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring it to Ms. McCabe?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is just my sake. This one was. Yeah, I just think it's so much. Sure. I might turn to that. Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document. Okay. 2 days. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those that early morning of January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14, I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.?
I don't know if exactly, I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
No, we got a sidebar already. Looks like team 6 to 11 is going to take home the win again. Dang. Dang, dang, dang. This is crazy. All right, let's see if we can skip through this sidebar.
I'm sorry, check 12, or saw the...
There we go.
Sorry about the delay, jurors.
Oh, I went back too far. Hold on.
And that's why we couldn't get started on time. So
Here we go. These sidebars are killing me. There we go.
Ms. McCabe, we're going to make it a little easier for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, I'm sorry, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone. Where to? At 12:27, all these are on January 29th, 2022, at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31 and 47 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40 and 31 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42 and 9 seconds. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45 and 53 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jennifer McCabe's phone on January 29, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Celebrate report.
Okay. All right, folks, so I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front lawn. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Celebrate report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins That Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times, you are correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walk up, look out the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did, sorry.
Do you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct, that you testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, we got the Miss Hilton Shores coming out. About to get ugly. Sure. You know when a lawyer starts saying sure, they're annoyed.
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted portion and just read that to yourself. Let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly-
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with certainty, with my memory today, that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
And then, and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw, that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it was.
Your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory? Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of it and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts. But I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did.
She apologized. Oh, that makes it all
what
better.
I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's one.
When I texted here, yes.
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
It was at the flagpole, yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to, hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
When you went the second time, and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first it was straight ahead, then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole?
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You've indicated that you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago, that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the...
Did you testify to that a year ago?
To what? That when I went to the door? Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
Right. And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45, is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Stick to the script. Come on, Jen.
At some point, did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes.
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. The highlighted portion,
Thank
Ms.
you.
McCabe?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay.
I never gave a time.
All right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the time?
Well, that's the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about that. That's been stipulated to. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
So that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying, hello, you noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is, you said I saw it and I sent a text or 2. I know
You
I just
saw.
said 1 here.
Okay. Then you saw it a second time,
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Okay. Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door, looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you, and in front of the house, or toward the flagpole, or beyond the flagpole, 4 times.
I'm doing too much.
Correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question.
She's not answering the question, Judge.
Go ahead.
What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the flagpole, and beyond. I
Talking
don't
to the
remember
jury again.
how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right. But according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I gotta clip that.
You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early. Early
Correct.
in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth to the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
Nope.
Moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street, correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay, and that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes, over to the left, yes.
And you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, like this, yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left, if I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry, straight.
And she keeps assaulting that poor microphone. Dang.
I'm going to turn my back to the jurors for a second for perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight
Stick to the script.
When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's where you saw the tire track.
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave, yeah. I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. There was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been to that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat, yeah.
Can we take a look?
He said 3 + 1 is 4. What's going on? Is it
Yes.
fighting the juror?
Okay. Can you take a look at that
Sure.
photograph for a quick second? Tell me if you recognize it.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Wish to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to move it into evidence.
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right.
As a chalk at this point.
Okay.
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a house without snow. Nice.
Thank you.
Y'all rocking with the house?
What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure.
Sure.
Right there.
Okay. The one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes.
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
Sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
Thank you,
that one.
Shauna.
Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather?
Right.
The shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Put that down, Mr. Wolf.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I won't object.
Okay.
46.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV?
No,
He was not standing or sitting?
not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes,
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking for tire tracks, when you saw the SUV standing or sitting right in front of you, you saw that through your peripheral vision, you know, the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very dark.
I haven't asked you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You
sorry.
know tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something that stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out. There they are.
Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV?
No.
He wasn't sitting down?
No.
He wasn't lying down?
No.
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole?
No.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct? Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle, yes.
Right.
Okay.
And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy.
He's a big one.
Right?
Big boy.
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning.
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
Correct. The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle?
No.
And he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Miss McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so, the last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction. Not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't sit down search party. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out, yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct, yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
There's nobody in the snow.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering, at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Four-door,
yeah,
extended
big,
seating?
Yes.
It's a nice car. It's a nice car.
When the SUV pulled out of the driveway, it was in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Uh-oh.
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not
We're
the
going to
driver's
start
seat.
pointing fingers?
Correct.
Looks like it's what he's leading
You were
up
seated
to.
in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night?
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated?
Yes.
Did she see John?
Your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights? Or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
Something's not adding up,
You said that you were
Jennifer.
turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
Make it make sense,
You indicated that you were
Jennifer.
engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
And according to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out, yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that, or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
Oh my, what is going on here?
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side?
Yes, I was.
Interesting. She was the first one there, though.
Reed, who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Ms. Roberts ran over to assist Ms. Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Miss Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
There's a body in the snow.
Them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but...
Well, you just testified to it yesterday. If you remember saying, I could get very close to them.
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that,
Okay.
yes.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony, I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten
The shadowy figure. Oh, that's dramatic.
As you got out of the
crazy.
vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom, onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Object.
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm not sure. I know.
She don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got over, and Karen had done that.
Ms. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection
Where did my sound go? Uh-oh.
sitting on that witness stand? I'm asking.
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know, and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you.
Oh, Jen. Tell the truth. This is bad. She said, I don't want to see the truth. I'm going to speak my truth. Jennifer. Come on now.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car, we were there.
Words matter. They matter a lot.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments. Ms. McCabe, can you answer his question?
Okay.
Interesting.
I do not know.
You can't handle the truth, Jennifer. Uh-oh. She said she doesn't want to see the truth. That's wild. What are you hiding, Jennifer? What are you hiding? Sound shouldn't be low. Does it sound good, y'all? The sound is low. Sound is good. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says, I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Miss Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object.
Why don't I see it sidebar? Why don't you bring it with you, Mr.
What's the
Jackson, please?
objection, man? Come on. What is the objection here? Ah, I don't like this. What do y'all think, man? He's got her in the corner. It's not looking good for Jennifer. We got a sidebar. That's number 6. So shout out to team 6 to 10. Looks like y'all might be taking it home today.
Ms. McCabe, thank you.
Wow.
Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt. And then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay.
That would be your testimony, man.
Leave the car, walk all the way over and get quote unquote very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly all the way from the car, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you said?
I knew he was going to object to that. Oh, she remembers what she said now. Dang, they hated this bitch. They hated her.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year,
Objection.
Last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Wow, he didn't object to that one?
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen a body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Miss Reed?
Ms. McCabe.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year?
She called her Miss Reed. Oh no.
I'm not trying to improve my testimony, no.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact,
She didn't like being called Miss
that Ms.
Reed.
Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of
The court is
putting you in
low.
some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
Should be better.
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
As a matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Sorry about that, Miss Reed. Crazy.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
Lock
and
her
that
up.
included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something
You know what
as
he's asking.
momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Would you,
Can
Miss
answer the
Reed?
question that I just asked you, not answer my question. Would you overlook that?
No.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I see it.
What is it? Tell the people of the jury, Jen.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday.
Of course not.
Ms.
That would be
McCabe,
terrible.
turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
Take your time.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
He said, take your time.
You reviewed it before, haven't you?
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you
I thought it was
to
asked
tell
and
these
answer.
jurors that you heard my client say I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions, and I'm telling the jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question.
Answer the question, Jennifer.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
She's getting flustered.
In fact, in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something.
Oh, man.
You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
Answer the
I've
question.
testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of
Judge Beverly Canoni, step in, please. This is the, 5th, 6th time he's tried to get her to answer this question. Is she still over there sleeping? Did y'all hear her snoring? I might have to rewind this. Answer the question.
I hit him.
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony
Come on, Jennifer.
no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked
Jeez.
to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34th Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene. Correct?
I was correct.
It's an
And you
iteration.
recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time. Correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
It's not how it works in Canton, sir.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
Let's tell the truth,
For
Jennifer.
Court and Counsel lines 10 and 11.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11. You recounted what Ms. Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Oh, boy. She
Did you
remembers now.
testify that what Ms. Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I? Oh, sure.
Jennifer. Why, Jennifer? Why?
Just wanted to verify a page number, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mr. Brennan the page number?
I will, with each one. If you turn to page 192. Line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
Grasping
What are
for
we
straws.
talking about?
Foundation, really?
I'll ask it a different way.
Come on,
Did you answer
man.
a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to
I
page
think she works for
193.
Fannie. For what? What's the objection?
I don't want to have to see it sidebar. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
Your Honor, everyone, I can make an offer of proof at sidebar if you
Okay,
wish.
why don't you come to sidebar?
Sure.
Sidebar. That's 7. Judge Bev is she's about done with this. We got one more sidebar. She's going to shut it down. We might be. Ooh-wee. Jennifer is breaking down, y'all. You see Paul back there making faces like, don't mess this up, Jennifer. Mr. Clean's going to get you. It looks like we're caught back up, so we have no more breaks. That is number 7. We don't have much time left unless Jen keeps going like this. It looks like Team 6 to 7's got it again. I'm going to have to switch it up. I'm sick of y'all, man. I'm tired of Team 6 through 7. What do y'all think so far? I mean, is Jennifer breaking down, especially bringing up her past testimony? You know we're going to look at her past testimony once she's done on the stand. It'll be interesting to see. They're going to stop so Jen can have the night to get herself together. Peggy's over there. Look at Peggy taking notes right now. She's like, we got to work on this. We got to work on that. I see what it is.
Yes. Do you have an extra copy for yourself, Mr.
I have notes.
Jackson?
Okay, she's letting them go. She's letting them cook. I see you, Judge. See?
On page 192, line 4, for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Yes, that was a comment you made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2. This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Jennifer?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23. In the context of
do the
being
right thing,
in John's
Jennifer.
driveway at One Meadows.
Yes.
And you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201, lines 23 and 24. This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry.
Be careful what you testify.
Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2. Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview, before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
I'm sorry, what, lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25. Let me know.
She's trying to remember the script. Oh my gosh.
For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene.
They switched
in
up.
front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today, correct?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, the police officers.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, she's pissed.
Yeah, just hold your honor.
Sure.
She handed that thing back with some heat on it.
Ms. McCabe, your full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point I'm standing with Miss Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty nonstop, pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Not one time. Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022. Did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember
Jennifer
ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
How do you know that? This is nasty work.
You spoke with Trooper Proctor just the same day. Right, January 29th.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation?
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact, at some point.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what, you never told Trooper Proctor.
She never answered the
My client
question,
said,
which
"I
is
hit him."
crazy.
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You can't help it. It's tough, man.
I have seen it before, yes.
I'll allow it, Mr. Jackson. You can comment. Because this is some BS.
Thank you.
You looked at that report for another particular this morning. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
Nope.
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. I
All
hit
right,
him.
so again, jurors disregard the comments. So it's question, answer, format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, I hit him,
Oh,
as
yes.
it's attributable to my client in that report? Objection.
System.
I don't think you're going to find it. Dang. Yo, I like AJ. He's all right. He's all right.
Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
He was taking notes at the time.
He was taking notes, correct?
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming he...
The report that you're holding. I object.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th?
He said, I don't think you're going to find it.
Interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past?
Yes, in the past.
And you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase, I hit him, show up anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Have her read the report.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to approach the witness. Sorry, Mr. President. I'm sorry. I'm being vague. I was just grabbing the report back. Sorry. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I want to draw your attention to the very early morning hours of January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from
So we're just
Kayla's
making
phone.
stuff up now?
Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what... I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was. Objection.
Sustained.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay. In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes, if
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
Remember that?
Not specifically.
Of course
Would it
not.
refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at that, a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
Jen. I know, just I'm with Libby. Just tell the truth, Jen. Yeesh. She's holding up though.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So, jurors, why don't you stand up and stretch, okay?
Can I stand up and stretch? I'm a juror.
You can too, Ms. McCabe, if you want to. Thanks.
I'm an alternate. I'm a virtual alternate, right? That counts. Hey, Jen is breaking down, man. It's tough to see.
Mr. Jackson, do you want a 5-minute recess? Sure. We're still going to stop at 4, so really 5 minutes, folks. We'll have you go back and come back.
Okay, so she said it's really 5 minutes. Wow. This is crazy. Jennifer's falling apart. 5 minutes. Amy says, if I'm a juror, I'm like, yep, Karen is innocent. And you're sus, Jen. I mean, Jen. G-I-N. I mean, J-E-N. Boy, this is interesting to see how this is breaking down. And I saw on Long Crime that Bev is in her feelings about people calling her biased, y'all. Oh, no. We haven't done that here yet. I said I didn't like the way she handled that Arca hearing, but overall, I've seen hints of bias, but not extreme bias yet. She does call for sidebars once the defense is up. I haven't seen her do that for the prosecution. She didn't seem happy about ruling in favor of the defense with the Arca hearing. Amy says she's biased. Well, I mean she's biased then. Jen is super sus. Y'all over there dipping on Long Crime. Shout out to Long Crime. There's just too much reasonable doubt. And why she's just throwing this in now? You're telling me multiple years later, what are we at? 3 years later? You remember the I hit him. What? Come on. Telling these folks to call the Judicial Committee. Yes, she was so nasty. She was always saving the prosecution. I haven't seen it so much here, but y'all know Amy says she's biased, so that's it. Amy says, I just finished 200 squats. I need a massage now. Shout out to Amy. We're almost there, Amy. Judge Bev said a maximum of 30 minutes, so hang in there. We're going to get you right. We're going to get you taken care of. Shout out to the 200 squat gang. I know that's an elite company right there. That's probably Amy's in there by herself right now. And hey, y'all said Amy is right. She's biased. Jen, tell the truth. God sees you and you are under oath. Dang it, lady. I hope he keeps her on the stand tomorrow too, as long as they possibly can. Breaker to AJ is, hey, listen, he started out moving slow and we're like, oh, come on, man. We haven't had lunch. Like, get to the point. Then he was throwing some softballs at her. And that was it. Libby says, sometimes when you leave early, a few of us go to Long Crime, but we love you and Amy the mostest. Appreciate you, Libby. We're not going anywhere. We're not leaving early today. She wants the jury to see how nice and timid she is when she's not. She's super biased. She is biased. So y'all agree. Amy says, when it becomes more than 50% of sustaining for the prosecution, then yep, she's biased. Oh, have you been keeping track? She's too good. Shout out to the only fan. Amy said, Libby, y'all be cheating on us? Dang. Now, you see how they do, Amy? It's all right. Now, Law and Crime, they do a great job. Lily says, come on, ClassE. She doesn't seem biased to you? I'm seeing hints of it. I'm not seeing extreme bias. I'm seeing hints. I mentioned in the Arca hearing, she was not happy about the... I don't think that's a bias there, though. I don't like how she asked Alessi the question and then cut him off and said, I'm going to give you your win, but I don't like it. I think she was just upset about them violating the rules. When it comes to the objections and the sidebars, I'll give y'all that one. I see some bias there. I'm not taking a poll. You know what y'all are going to say. Peter's going to be with me. Love 444 is going to be with me. The rest of y'all, it's going to be like 80% of y'all says she's biased. Amy says, if I could take one, I would. Hey, yo. You will, Amy. Don't worry. We're almost there. Only when y'all leave early. I need to see what's going on. I understand. She has a thing for Hank. Oh, Lord. You will get your poll, Amy. Don't worry. They will all throw Mr. Proctor under the bus since he is fired. Dang. LNC chat is freaking crazy. It goes so fast you can't read the chat. Plus, I paid to be a member there, but but I don't on Law and Crime. Shout out to all the members in here. Y'all are going crazy. And thank you to all 300 plus of y'all in the building still, 400 plus of you that like the video. Man, that helps out so much. So thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all. Also, did I read Shauna's last super chat while we're waiting? Hold on a second. Shauna said, shout out to the hosts, ClassE, Amy E, and all the survivors who are still hanging in faithfully to this amazing group. Shout out to Shauna, the major sponsor of today's show. Thank you, Shauna. She's sending crazy super chats. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And thanks for being the sponsor today, Shauna. I appreciate the love and support. And all of y'all who stick around for real. Because I know sometimes it can be a drag, but AJ, he's finally getting into it. And we're still waiting for them to come back. I'm pretty sure it's been more than 5 minutes, so she might shut it down. She being Judge Beverly Canoni. I'm probably saying her name wrong. Amy says, no one is even talking about those families that supported in Judge Bev's re-election. Libby, not at all. And they put slow mode on. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that means they're winning if they got to do all that. Yes, let's take a poll on Bev's bias. No, there's no point. We'll take a poll in the chat. If you think Judge Beverly Canoni is biased, type a 1 in the chat. If you think she is unbiased, type a 2 in the chat. And we'll see what happens there. Yes, the chat is crazy over there. Who voted for B for Bev? The same people that voted for Fannie Willis here in Fulton County. No, you're saying it right. Canoni? Okay. Yes, she sustains 99.9% of their objections. We got ones by Mary Sella.
Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, you all set, Mr. Jackson? All right, we're bringing the jurors over. Are we still on
I want to
schedule?
try out that chair. Where can I find? I'm going to go on AliExpress to see if I can find that chair. Let me see here. Y'all are saying 1. Shocker. I can't believe you guys think she's biased. I didn't see that happening. 1. Libby says, I can't even work because I watch y'all every day. People with broken bones waiting on me to schedule them. I send them to VM Call him back later. Dang, I'm watching ClassE Beats. Shout out to Libby. Why didn't she call her sister Nicole and Brian Albert if John was there, since that was the last place he was supposed to be? I love when AJ said, "Shame on you," to Proctor after he admitted saying he was looking for Karen's noodles or something like that. What the hell is going on with Proctor? Oh, Lord. What is up with that guy? Why was he fired? The disgraced police officer, I think they call him. What's Amy saying over here? The Daily News. Canton cover-up, part 104. Jim McCabe's attorney, Kevin Rennington, told Turtle Boy he believes Karen Reed is innocent. Interesting. Oh, thank you, Lily. Lily says, as a law student, this is my favorite channel to live watch trials on. Thank you.
Back to
I appreciate that.
the morning.
Wow.
Later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way, they were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends and family, so yeah, no.
Everybody was free. All the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do.
She said, yeah,
yes.
no.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point, you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew, was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you had known him, or known of him, from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Sorry, provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number, he had your cell phone number?
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where did you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number?
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris?
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well?
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank, is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
yes.
Others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
Thank you, Slim Life.
definitely a police officer case that was just hours old. So he had to get busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
Did he come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I would say.
Was that your request?
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, yeah, just tell me what it is over the phone. He literally said, okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard. It was still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard back.
That is interesting.
Get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me. Correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
That's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well, he
That's,
didn't walk over. I mean, he came over in his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Right. So he had to get in his car, drive over in a blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the blizzard, go in the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have with you, correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Correct.
But when he wrote this report, you said, she said, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
Jennifer. Come on.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You could turn to the orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted
Okay.
part.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. In fact, what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect
Oh man, y'all heard
of,
that. My
I hope
bad.
I didn't hit him.
I tried to mute myself. Sorry, y'all.
Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report that you just read something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Is that report right?
Your Honor.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Sorry y'all had to hear me sneeze.
I hope I didn't hit him, or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Sounds an awful lot like, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Would you agree with that?
I hope he stays on this point. This is so important. Very important point.
You testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight, her taillight was cracked, and she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
The first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, we got another sidebar. How many is that, y'all? Thank you for the bless yous. Shout out to Slim Life, New Jersey in the building. Appreciate you. She says, I'm with you, ClassE, and my amazing chat family. Shout out to Slim Life. This is by far the best channel on YouTube. I love the vibe. And all of you, thank you, ClassE and Amy, for all you do and for the great content. Thank you for being here. Hey, this channel would not be possible without y'all. It would not be possible without you guys continuing to show up, continuing to show support, liking the video, sharing the video. It means a lot. We put in a lot of work, y'all know, especially during this Karen Reed trial. We've been hanging out here for 6-7 hours. So thank y'all for sticking around with us. And thank you so much for the support, Slim Life. I appreciate you. He was not hit by Karen. He was beat up and bit by the dog in that house. Those scratches are I can't wait to hear from the medical examiner. Those scratches are gonna be interesting to hear an explanation from, or about, I should say. Are we shutting it down? Judge BC. Nope, AJ's back up there. My goodness. I'm surprised she's letting him go.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not mad at it, though.
While you were at the scene, after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
It's 9.
Do you remember him telling you, do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter? The initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
By
the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay.
I love their use of the word friendly.
You actually told Sergeant Good at the time, when he asked about those first phone calls, that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
She about to shut it down, AJ.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there, and like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there, and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
She don't remember.
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
Mm-hmm. She had to have.
I possibly said, I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
It's yes or no,
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall, that is a yes or no question, do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument?
Yes or no?
Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes
or
no.
Oh, God.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said
say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall?
Answer the
I'm
question,
not sure
Jen.
on
Like,
specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
How is
Do you
that
recall telling
sustained?
any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene?
At the scene.
Again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of
Wow.
hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by
Love
Officer
pointing the
Mulaney?
finger at Karen.
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
We're not even talking about
Mr.
Karen
McCabe,
right now.
Do you understand my question? Did you understand the last question I asked you?
If I spoke to an officer, Mulaney?
Correct.
Again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on
She
the
remembers
ground.
when it's convenient. Come on, Jennifer.
I don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
Oh, man.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank, or Sergeant Lank, was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking to
The
at this
initial
point?
phone calls that you had with Miss Reed.
Yes.
You never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer
Keep
Lang.
shaking her
And you
head.
certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him during either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lang.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lang when it was the clear light of day. You had had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation. But according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep.
Get her, AJ.
Right.
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock. Whatever.
Okay.
Right? Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't say a thing about Ms. Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things.
Oh,
and
she's breaking down.
Crazy and
Ms.
acting
McCabe, that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that
officer
is not my
that I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every police officer that I spoke to,
Let her finish.
I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered,
Why is she
said,
letting
I
this
hit him,
witness
I
go
hit him,
on?
I hit
Man,
him.
come on.
I called Officer Lank.
Shh.
And your memory
Answer the
is
question.
better even as we sit here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit
You
him.
never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand
He's
jury
trying.
and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And you never said that to the grand jurors.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said
What
at the
was the
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection
what?
sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
One more
Wow.
question.
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said
Okay,
she
jurors,
said-
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said,
All right, relax. Relax, AJ.
could I
Chill out.
hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right. So, folks, we are done for today. Remember,
Jeez.
tomorrow is the day that we're not in session. So we will see you Friday. Friday is a full day. And I have to give you those questions. You can stay and file out after the jurors disappear. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to
But you
see
can watch the
here
ClassE
or read
YouTube
about the
channel.
case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. Have a great night, a good day off tomorrow. We'll see you on Friday. Thank you.
Lord.
Goodbye.
What a testimony. No court tomorrow. So y'all know what we're gonna do. Well, we can't watch Jen's testimony because she's still on the stand. Man. We can't taint our minds. Well, my mind. I promised. I made a promise. We're not gonna do it. So we'll stick around for a few more minutes and see what Judge Bev has to say. You know, Hank is gonna be livid because the defense took up a lot of time today, so he's not gonna be happy about that. But I think AJ did a good job. He was pressuring her. He finally got a little piece, just a little crumb of the answer that he wanted to get out of Jen. So we'll see what happens now.
Mr.
Figure
Jackson,
out what's going on tomorrow.
I'm not rushing you in any way. I just want to know, how much longer do you think you'll be?
I appreciate that, Your Honor. 10 seconds to end.
Sure, take your time.
I would expect that I would say an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
Mr.
go.
Brennan, do you have any idea how much longer you will be?
An hour.
With Mrs. McCabe?
Yes.
It depends on how the rest goes, but certainly at this point, 20 minutes or less.
All right, so that'll
It'll be an hour.
hopefully take us to the luncheon recess, maybe, I mean, the morning recess or the luncheon recess at most. Do you have, you have witnesses lined up for Friday afternoon?
I do. I have a number of witnesses ready for the next 3-4 days, and I've
Okay.
given notice to them, and I will try to tighten the order tomorrow morning, and I'll let the court and the defense know.
Great. All right, and nothing you need to see me about right now?
Not for the Commonwealth.
All right, we'll see you on Friday.
There it is, y'all. We did it. Good day. It was a good day. Shout out to Judge Bev, man. What do y'all think about how today went, boy? Jen, she was starting to break down. I cannot believe Judge Beverly Cannoni let her go on and on and on and on like that. These non-responsive answers are driving me crazy, but things are run different here in Canton, right there in Boston, Massachusetts. So you can just say objection. The judge knows what's going on. She's a mind reader. And these witnesses, they can be non-responsive. I mean, hey, it is what it is. And just because there's no court tomorrow, y'all know that does not mean we won't be here. We will definitely be here tomorrow. So make sure, if you haven't yet subscribed, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time that we go live. We dropping some clips later on tonight and got some more videos and content to cover for y'all tomorrow as well. Thank you to the gang. Shout out to everybody who showed support. And I will see y'all tomorrow. It's going to be a good time, and then we'll get back into the court proceedings on Friday. All right, y'all know what to do. Have a great rest of your afternoon and evening. And as always, keep growing, keep pushing, keep it classy. We gone. Peace.